Good morning and welcome to the second day in search to see who's going to pick this cup up on Saturday evening. Day 2 of Champions Week, and the defending champion Luke Littler got off to a rip-roaring start on Monday. This is the best of the action. Barry Van Peer ended day 1 pointless. He was one of the favourites to go on and claim the Champions Week crown, but his week got off to a slow start. As for Andy Bolton, he rounded off his day of a win against Van Peer, but that was the only victory on his opening day. As for Steve West, well, he narrowly missed double 12 for a 9 darter. Some impressive performances in there. 6 points to his name following day 1. The same can be said for Reece Robertson. He got out the blocks quickly, but a slow end to the day sees him in a mid-table position. There's 2 players tied on 8 points at the top of the table, Luke Littler being one of them, firing an 113 average. The defending champion is on a roll and was only defeated by Jerome Mioch. The winner of week 12 continues his momentum. He's top of the table, having won 19 out of a possible 20 legs yesterday. Well, this is what they are playing for come Saturday evening. This impressive trophy and the title of Super Series champion. It's been a while, Paul Nixon, since you've seen one of these TV trophies, isn't it?
No, my silverware is usually made of crystal, Henry.
Anyway, day 1 of Champions Week been and gone, and it was a very impressive start to proceedings.
Yeah, it was very good, actually. When you look at the metrics, they all screamed Champions Week. But for me, I think I was just really impressed with Jerome Mioch. Obviously, Luke Littler was impressive. He is always. But the thing that impressed me the most is just how upsetting the day was, because we all thought the likes of Van Peer and Bolton would be in the mix. And by the end of the day, they were scrambling just to get 1 win.
Well, this is the table after day 1 here at the Live Lounge. Jerome Mioch, the winner of week 12. The bookmakers outsider to go on and claim glory is at the summit alongside Luke Littler on 8 points. And, well, Luke Littler could have gone through the cards yesterday. It was only that 4-3, that defeat to Jerome Mioch that did for him.
Yeah, I think what we've seen yesterday is a continuation of the confidence that Jerome has brought from week 12. And everybody else is coming from a different place. They've had a gap between qualifying and coming back, but that comes with its own pitfalls. Speaking to Jerome this morning, he's feeling a little bit flat, a little bit tired, and the one person that we can get most experience of that is Chris Mason, because when he won week 12 in Series 1, he then went on to get through to the Champions Week final via playing 5 days the next week. So it'll be interesting to get Chris's insight into that. But I think it'll be really interesting to see the energy levels of the players as the week goes on.
Well, this is day 1 by the numbers, and it really was impressive stuff from all of the players. 87 legs played, 38 of them being breaks, but the overall average just under 90. The highest running average, 113.77. Checkout ratio just under 38%. And the Steve West 10, well, we were hoping for a 9 from him, weren't we?
Yes, we were, and we had some really good hot spells from certain players, and Reece Robinson was fantastic at the start. Ultimately, he tailed off, but when you look at all of those metrics there, everything's above average. When you think about the MODUS Super Series as a norm, it's around 85, maybe 85.5, doubles around 34%. And there you see why Champions Week delivers all the time, because these players are in form and they're giving us better than what we usually get.
Well, that is most certainly the case. Right, so day 1 has been and gone. Let's see what the Oz compilers have seen so far and how that corresponds in the markets. And, well, the big news is how Barry Van Peer and Andy Bolton have shifted, the 2nd and 3rd favourites respectively in the group, and they've drifted out. Barry Van Peer now to win the group 33-1, and that is because he is playing with an 8-point deficit.
Well, he's not going to win the group. It's as simple as that. So 33-1 is, it could be seen as a bit flattering. But the fact of the matter is he will be thinking about Thursday and Friday now. But over the next 2 days, it's important to see whether some confidence can be built. As far as Andy Bolton's concerned, that drifting is not a surprise after what we saw yesterday, because it's about likelihoods of getting to the top spot. And with the way that Jerome and Luke Littler are playing, is it possible for them to make top spot? Not for me, but nothing's impossible until it's mathematically impossible.
Steve West there, 11-2. Could that be the value going into day 2?
It's interesting, because if he has the same kind of start that he had yesterday and he can sustain it a little bit more and catch a few players a little bit cold towards the end, there's no reason why he can't be in the mix come the end of Tuesday.
Right, time for the bet builder now. This is an amalgamation of bets making their way through the exchanges. We put it into a little acca for you. It pays just over 5 to 1. Luke Littler in the match winner bracket against Steve West. Reese Robinson, highest checkout against Andy Bolton, and Steve West to get the better of Robinson at 4 to 5. That pays just over 5 to 1. Right, so our first game is almost upon us. It sees the last game of yesterday become the first game of today. Barry Van Peer up against Andy Bolton. Look, we called Tuesday moving day, and both of these players need exactly that.
I think whoever loses this game, they can pretty much confine themselves to maybe Group C. And in a funny sort of way, that gives you some sort of freedom going into the middle part of Tuesday and into Wednesday. Knowing your fate is not the worst thing in the world. But if, for instance, Andy was to win this game and the rounds 1 and 2 go his way, anything's possible. He might go on the charge. He has done it before.
Well, let's see what happens, shall we? Paul Nicholson's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all of the action in the company of Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everybody. Well, get your cup of tea and biscuits on the go. Sit tight for another day of action here in Champions Week. Day 2. Day 1, very, very tight at the top, as you've seen there with the chaps explaining the situation in the table. I'm with Nico here. If Andy Bolton wins this one, he will fancy maybe going on a bit of a charge. If Berry wins this one, they both could become spoilers. This tie yesterday was won
First leg, it's Berry
comprehensively
to throw first.
By
Game
Andy
on.
Bolton. 4-0. He was 4-6 to win that match, which did surprise me. Well, despite winning 4-0 yesterday, he's actually better odds today. He's 10-11.
96.
4-5. Make of that what you will. I think we're all expecting a better day from both of these. I thought 13-8 was big yesterday
100.
about Littler. I'd even go as far to say that the 8-11 for you short price punters
140.
maybe worth a look, because there was nothing I seen yesterday that would suggest he won't go on to win this group. Delighted to be joined by
59.
my friend and colleague, Paul Nicholson. Morning, Paul.
Goedemorgen, as they say in the Netherlands. Or good morning, everyone, if you're in an English-speaking country. But a little bit of homage
95.
to the Dutchman there, Barry Van Peer, who comes in today pointless, but I'm pretty sure he's going to get some today, surely.
140.
Yeah, just before you
Berry
joined us,
with
I was saying that
170.
I think if Berry wins this, they both become potential spoilers of the group. And I'm with you. I think once
96.
you're in this position, you can start playing with a bit of freedom and try and get some momentum, try and get a bit of a head of steam for Thursday and Friday.
And the experience as well of these combatants
100.
is that they won't panic.
Berry
Well,
requires
they've both been there
74.
before, haven't they? They both had bad days here at the Super Series.
Correct.
9 for double 16.
Game shot on the first leg. Very
15
Van
dart
Peer.
hold. Almost an immediate improvement on yesterday.
I had a little bit of a chat with Barry this
Second leg is
morning, and
Andy
he
to throw
said he was
first.
just very
Game
flat
on.
yesterday.
Yeah, and he changed darts, didn't he? Very early on, went back. I think what can happen then is you get sort of caught twixt in between and you don't quite know.
137.
Well, I would say, based on that first leg and what he's already doing here, it looks more
100.
positive. He actually had a chat with his brother this morning as well, and his brother said, be more aggressive. So it'll be interesting to see what he does over his 5 matches today.
Yeah, I think it's something that we've
96.
spoke of before regarding Barry Van Peer. I prefer him when he's playing with a bit of adrenaline and there's almost a bit of spite in there.
134.
Bit of fire in his belly.
Based on his individual metrics yesterday, his overall average of 82.67
140.
is well
Well,
below
yeah.
what you would expect.
Way off.
Maybe even 10 points. It's especially considering the form he's
59.
shown in
Andy
2023.
Iroquois, 128.
Well, he's been one of the outstanding players of the year. That doesn't have a tour card.
He has been in the argument for the best player without a tour card.
What is that age-old argument we have?
96.
Who the world number one is? It's not, or sorry, not who the world number one is in terms of ranking, but who is the best player in the world right now.
100.
People always go,
Andy
it's surely
Iroquois,
the world number
32.
one. It's not the case, I'm afraid.
Sometimes you've got to dig a little bit deeper. Double 16 for Andy for an equalising leg.
And he's
Game shot on
dug
the
deep.
second leg. Andy Bolton.
There, Nico, a 14-dart hold of his own. Well, they've hit the hockey
Third leg,
running.
it's Berry to throw first.
When you look at
Game
Andy's
on.
numbers from yesterday, a very reliable 89.47 average for the day. Only got 4 180s, but that's not a surprise. He's not a big 180 hitter.
No, he's a bit.
91.
Johnny Clayton's the same, and it doesn't do him too much hard. And thoughts and prayers with Johnny Clayton and his family, friends, and loved ones. It's a very sad
60.
time. All of our thoughts here from everybody at the MODUS Super Series with you.
Absolutely echoed. Johnny's one of our very good friends. We know that August is going to be a tough time.
56.
Actually, 2 years since we lost our friend Kyle Anderson now as well, which it's scary how
140.
Yes, he would. I'm sure you were the same. Often get phone calls at
60.
ridiculous times of the morning, and I mean anywhere between midnight and 6 a.m. Just for a silly phone
97.
call that used to make me laugh no matter how tired I was. I can't repeat what he used to say.
We'll save that for darts after dark.
Coming soon.
100.
Now here's Andy making a move here in leg 3. All games best of 7 as usual here in Champions Week. One person going through Group A if you're just joining us for the first time, and if you are, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, where have you been?
180.
Well, he is making that move by the looks of it, Nico. If you are joining us on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe button. Only takes a second.
96. Andy Iroquois,
Give us a thumbs
24.
up, helps with our analytics, and don't forget to hit that bell.
Game
Speaking
shot
of
on the
hitting,
third leg. Andy
That is a
Bolton.
wonderful start from Andy. And if you consider how he started yesterday against Luke Littler, he looked really rusty.
Fourth
Well,
leg
This
is Andy
is
to throw
far
first.
from rusty.
Well, he
Game
was.
on.
He's just been on a long cruise. Got a lovely tan. The actual pictures don't do it justice. I had a chat with him this morning, and he played over the
96.
weekend at the World Seniors match play qualifiers. Played okay in bits, but already this is a vast improvement, and this is not what Barry Van Peer
100.
needed to walk into at 9:30 on a Tuesday morning when he's had a day of, well, he's had a darting disastrous day.
Pretty much. Well, Andy already looks like he's gritting his
97.
teeth a little bit more. He thinks, in my opinion, that winning this game and getting to 4 points gets him back in the running as long as results go
100.
his way in the first 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Said exactly that up on the balcony, that if the results do go his way, that gap can be closed considerably
45.
by the time we sort of go into round 3 of matches.
And considering you've got Jerome Meek on 8 and Littler on
60.
8, Bolton could get to 4 here. Is he thinking, get to 10 points today and you might have a chance, and hope that someone doesn't go through the card from the top 2?
Well, what he'll be hoping
96.
for is Westy beats Luke in the next one, and Robinson beats Jerome in the match after that, and they all stay on 8 points then. Well, Westy and
45.
Robinson move on to
Andy
8, but
Iroquois,
they keep that
167.
gap at 4.
The gap could be 2 in this game because Andy is strolling towards the finishing line in leg 4. That's
95.
decent. Berry can only pressurise. But again, and I made him aware of this morning, he was fully aware of it too,
96.
that most of his scoring
Andy
darts
Iroquois,
on 19s and
72.
20s yesterday were low.
It was something that,
Game shot on the
as he
fourth
finds
leg.
the double,
Andy
that Darryl
Bolton.
Gurney did for a while, and he just couldn't get out of the habit. And when he was just under, I mean, he's
Fifth
only
leg,
a
it's
couple of
Berry to
mil
throw
under it, but
first. Game on.
for him, that's the worst possible dart because of the way his darts sit. And when it's like that, it's perfect for him. He'd be annoyed not
85.
to have followed. And sometimes you just got to take your medicine and start picking a spot a little higher, Nico.
I was going to ask you about that, actually.
140.
I'm into golf, as you know, and you're into fitness, so maybe we can think of something that would be very helpful for dart players if they're watching right now and they're having the same problem.
96.
Is there an exercise that someone could do for their throwing arm that would strengthen maybe a muscle that you don't think of, that would help in this scenario, maybe for the delivery of the dart?
I think so. You just have to be
96.
wary of the fact that the vast majority of dart players, the heaviest thing they move around is, well, the dart probably. We're all very protective of
135.
that area. But I think it was something that you brought up, I think the last time we were commentating, and it's all about building the rotator cuff because that
140.
absorbs the most energy. You shouldn't be using the tricep because everything should be just coming from the elbow.
127.
I think
and
more
he
than anything, it's
required
about stretching
125.
and
Mobility.
mobility. Yeah, exactly
That's a
that.
great word. Is Andy going to leave himself on a match-winning double? He isn't.
43. Berry
We
required.
might have
58.
a one-leg cushion here. Second dart at a double in the match. And
28.
goes to the left. That's what Jerome
And he
Miak did
required
earlier yesterday
82.
on a shot at tops, but then he hit the double 15 after.
If he does this in two, Nico, it'll be 100 average. Tops to wrap it up.
42. Berry required
Always
30.
interesting to see the faces of players when they miss a shot like that. And he did have a few shoulder issues at the end of his winning week.
That's horrible for him, isn't it? Well,
He's going to need a key to get through there.
sledgehammer. Got to knock the wall down.
Somebody take the hinges off.
He'll be in Cosham in a minute.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
what a
fifth
dart
leg.
that
Berry
is.
Van Peer.
Take a bow, Berry. That is a superb shot.
Well, if our backstage team were wondering about
Sixth leg, it's
something
Andy
to put in the
throw
highlights
first.
reel,
Game on.
there's one for you right there. I don't even know how that has found the target.
It might even give him a chance of winning the match if he can pounce
100.
here in leg 6. Curiously, I was talking about the 180s of Bolton a little bit earlier in the match.
134.
He had 4, but Berry only had 2 yesterday. That is a surprise.
Back to your chat regarding fitness. If one person did it, coincidence, but if you go back, Danny Nopper
99.
got involved in the gym, started doing a lot of gym where I was doing, like, talking with him a lot, goes on and wins the UK Open. Ross Smith,
100.
exactly at the end of the period of him getting himself fit, doing lots of workout. We did lots of workouts. Well, we've seen him doing lots of workouts down in the gym at the village in Blackpool. Goes on and wins the Europeans.
Take note, everybody. Things are changing at the
78.
top level.
Rennie Adams. Used to be called the Cube.
Now he's the straw.
There
it is.
180.
A maximum for BVP.
Welcome back, Barry Van Peer. Is that one dart at double 15 going to change his day? And
42.
sometimes
Berry
it can
require
hinge on just
87.
a moment like that, Nico.
Double 18. Oh, he's done it again. Did that yesterday.
71.
Promise you that wasn't on purpose. This is not a 16 double 10 situation. We'll get onto that in a bit. But this is a good double for Barry Van Peer because of the way his darts
82.
land. If
Berry
he misses it
requires
outside, he will have
16.
an optimum guide.
Game
Doesn't
shot on the
need it.
sixth leg.
3-3.
Berry Van Peer.
And he's got the darts in the last leg. If he does go on to win this 7th leg, that double 15
Seventh and
could,
final
like
leg.
May
It's Berry
said,
to throw first.
change everything
Game
for him
on.
this week.
Andy Bolton had one dart at tops for the match, and he must have been stood behind Barry Van Peer, who completely blocked out double
79.
15. Where he eventually found the target was the only place he could have potentially put a dart. And he's backed that up with a 13 dart break of throw, a max.
100.
And he's in pole position.
We were talking about Bolton having 100 average in this game. He's dropped by 5%.
44.
Berry is above normal from yesterday by quite some way.
This is sort of a minimum marker where we expect to see Barry Van Peer around 90.
137.
Andy Bolton at his very best is sort of well over 90.
100.
You can see him trying to force some rhythm there, Barry Van Peer.
And it's hard to do that when the nerves are jangling in a last leg decider. That's where if you can get that rhythm
40.
and switch it on with ease, that's where your game can really flourish.
It's almost autopilot. MVG probably being the best protagonist of doing that when you think of his record in last leg deciders. It's remarkable.
And he's got to get to a finish.
100.
And he leads 124, which was his
98.
biggest one yesterday.
In game.
Double 19 for the match, though.
60.
So he's missed a couple
And you
for the
require
match.
124.
I think this is going to be the kind of day ahead. Multiple people getting match darts in the same game. Bullseye to nick it.
99.
Wow. What does he do?
There you require 38.
Got a split, surely. Yep.
One left. That
Game,
could be
shot,
really
and the
big for
match,
Barry Van Peer.
Peer.
But it is 2 points for him in the first game of Tuesday. His first 2 points of Champions Week. You just caught a glimpse there of him looking to the heavens as if to say it's about time that happened, but it was an improved display with more maximums, and he did have to survive a couple of match darts. When we come back, it will be Littler versus West, and that one could be explosive to start their round one.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was imperious Barry Van Peer in that previous game against Andy Bolton, coming back from 3-1 down to win in a last leg decider to claim his first points of the group. Right, next up for us, Steve West up against Luke Littler. Steve West picking up 6 points from his day yesterday. Luke Littler nearly completing the card watching this one. In the commentary box, Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Yes, we're very happy to watch this one, Henry. It's always interesting to see what's coming in the next few years. They say the future is just round the corner. Well, the future's right here. Because Luke the Nuke up against Simply Steve West, we could get an inordinate amount of 180s in this game.
Yeah, their meeting yesterday was the penultimate match of the afternoon, and well, the vast majority of the group yesterday just sort
First
of
leg,
tailed
it's
off
Steve
towards
to
the
throw
back end.
first.
There was a
Game on.
lot of tension in the air yesterday and some big performances. But this one early, and both played okay early on.
60.
In Littler's first match yesterday, he was on in the opening game. He won 4-0 with a 94. Steve West lost 4-2 with 103.71.
80.
Interesting change of rhythm at the start here for Littler. Maybe he's going to try something new today. Well, there's a shock horror. He's got more tricks up his sleeve than David Copperfield.
80.
But I like that element of a young man, just trying different things to see where the magic could come from. I know there's a lot to admire about his
59.
fast game, but every now and again he tries this stop-start rhythm, and it's almost like he's trying to learn the best version of himself.
Yeah, and that's what you should do. I
59.
always say that to players. Don't be scared to experiment.
He was very impressive yesterday. We looked at his running average.
Oh,
58.
And of course it was inflated by his best performance of 113.77. But 97.38 for the day?
yeah,
That doesn't happen very often.
his worst
96.
average of the day was 89.74. Now, I don't mind that if that's your worst game. And that was his last game. So he played a
46.
lot of darts up to that point.
Westy was in a class of his own yesterday when it came to the maximums. He had 12,
60.
which was 4 better than that of Littler, who was in second spot. That's one of the reasons why I said we could get a lot of maximums in this game.
Yeah, it's a...
98.
I'd say the normal...
Stevie require 146.
The normal sort of tempo of the Littler throw, it's one movement. Sometimes he tries to be a little bit more measured. Double 16 for a beauty.
130. Luke, you require 160.
Now, this is well within his range with the amount of treble 20s he hits. Not this time.
I was just going to say it. I wouldn't be surprised if he went
57.
60 bull.
Stevie requires 16.
He's so creative. A double 8 for Westy.
Game shot on the first
Tidy
leg.
start in
Steve
19
West.
darts. Yesterday in his first game with Reece Robinson, he averaged
Second leg
over
is Luke to throw
103, which
first.
was his best
Game
average of the
on.
day, and he lost it by 4 legs to 2. And then after that, every game he played in was 7 legs. And considering that right hip of his,
58.
which is not 100%, he really did put himself through the mill. So it's not just about what you do on the oche to give yourself the best chance. It's about recovery.
Yeah, he played
81.
34 of a possible 35 legs. Not what you want to do when you're awaiting another hip replacement.
96.
I was going to ask you this question 24 hours ago, but let's change it up a bit. I was going to ask you for your 6 league positions
125.
at the end of Group A, but based on the information of the first day of the week, who is your favourite to win this group now?
Well, it was Littler at
140.
13-8, and when you're at the top with Henry, and he was still 8-11, which I still, for short price punters, I still think that's
96.
tremendous value. Yeah, I'd go Littler, West,
59.
and then it's either Robinson or Mioch for me, and then
95.
well, it's a mix-up at
Luke
the bottom at the
Uruguay,
moment. But like I
148.
say, I think we both agreed that it wouldn't surprise us to see Barry Van Peer go on a bit of a run.
108. Stevie require 104.
What I want today is unpredictability and brilliance. Misses out on the treble 16 for the 104 shot. And Littler will come back for an improved
56.
second leg.
Luke, you require 40.
Already missed it for that 148 after the true treble 18s.
Game
And there's
shot on
that
the
double
second
that he
leg.
says he
Littler.
really likes. So much so that he will split most numbers to leave it.
Third
Yeah,
leg, it's Steve to throw
Well,
first.
we gave each other a
Game
look
on.
yesterday because Nico may have. The last time I was commentating on him, he did exactly that on 36, 16 double 10, and I was
60.
just flabbergasted. I've never seen nothing like it.
Well, I was going to bring this up because I, like you, love scrolling through YouTube and finding old footage.
99.
And every now and again, you will come across a guy, I forget his name now, but when he left 40, he would go 8 double 16.
134.
I've got one of the best darts brains on the planet next to me, and he looks flummoxed. We're trying to remember the guy's name.
Yeah, I know it is, and I can't remember his name.
180.
We've had to wait until leg 3 to get a maximum. And like London buses, they might have come along.
87.
I just had a feeling that Westy was going to get one there, but he didn't.
If you do know who it is, and you're at home or at work listening or watching, get in touch at MSS Darts on
85.
X. Is it still Twitter? Is it called Twitter? Is it
One
now
of the
called
two.
X?
One of the two.
We're also on Facebook, Instagram, and
140.
TikTok, whatever that is.
137.
Luke would know.
oh
It's
yeah.
more his generation. Just doing a little bit of mathematics there.
And tried the ball for double 8.
96. Steve, you require 80.
Top stops.
Well, Littler would have gone for the old flat dart. He did it
40.
twice yesterday.
Luke, you
And
require
genius, that is.
41.
It really is. Double top. Double 10.
And I am
31.
extremely envious because I am unable
Steve,
to
you
throw a
require
flatty. I'd need a
40.
different dart.
Maybe we should try by the end of the week.
yeah.
Game shot on the
2-1
third leg.
West.
Steve West.
This is a decent game played in an 80s average range. So far, Littler not just getting out of the traps
Fourth
as
leg,
quick
it's
as he
Luke
did
to throw
yesterday.
first.
I would
Game
suggest
on.
sort of, maybe Luke Littlers could show us, but I'm not being taught how to play darts by a 16-year-old kid, no matter how good he is. End of story.
96.
I'm with you on that one. The first person actually to go in the other direction of that was Willie O'Connor. Because when he came into the scene around 2010,
140.
he would throw the darts into the board and they would go very flat. He reinvented his game and got them to land up like Littler gets them to land naturally.
96.
So these kind of changes aren't new. They're just new when you're changing them in leg.
Well, you go back and look at early Phil Taylor using a Bristow dart
81.
and a fairly standard stem and flight. They were just over horizontal to the floor.
139.
And then he went to a very bulbous dart and a tiny flight, and they were, well, shooting up.
That second dart's just had
25.
daggers from Westy.
Luke, you require 170.
The dream of 3-1 up seems to be fading.
In terms of change of equipment and in a
96.
high-profile player, I can't think of anybody to make such a drastic change.
Do you remember when Mark Dudbridge tried to get the darts to land flatter?
Yeah.
60.
But it didn't last long.
Luke, you require 74.
Double 16. Had a few
Game
problems
shot on
in
the
that
fourth leg.
department
Luke
yesterday, but
Littler.
not so there. We
And
have
this-
another tight game on our hands.
This one is slowly getting better, Nico, isn't it? It was a
Fifth
19
leg, it's Steve
from
to throw
Westy.
first. Game on.
Luke with a 17, a 16 from Steve, and then that was a 14 from Luke. So it's slowly improving.
100.
We felt like these two were paying each other a bit too much respect yesterday in their meeting.
Sometimes that happens.
97.
You come up against a person that you might have watched on TV for a few years
And like,
when you were a
personally,
kid,
yeah.
and all of a sudden, wow, I'm playing against Steve West.
180.
I never had the chance to play you competitively, Chris. But I guarantee you, if I did, I would have felt nervous.
Yeah, yeah. You always,
64.
I was the same when I remember playing, like I say, I remember playing Lowy at the match play, but I played him many times before that. In fact, our first meeting may have
105.
been in America in the final of a cricket tournament, and I was in absolute awe of him.
Now there's an interesting game.
134. Steve, you
Cricket.
require
And I know Westy
116.
knows how to play it. He's really good at it.
Yeah, it wouldn't make a great TV spectacle because it'd be almost impossible to
37.
explain because it's hard enough second guessing a player in a game of 501, never mind cricket.
That's true. 19s for Westy when he comes back then.
If it is a
96.
feature, maybe we
Steve, you
will
require
do a few
79.
features on the different games, cricket, and maybe get a log M board and play a game of slip up, and maybe get a 5-10s board.
Double top.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Improvement
Steve West.
keeps coming. That's a 15 darter for West. And he has a chance of getting to 8 points
Sixth leg, it's
alongside
Luke to
Littler.
throw first.
And it would
Game
be
on.
3 people on that total if he wins one of the last 2 legs of this contest. Group A is very
57.
rarely a one-sided affair.
Especially Champions Week.
You're not going to get someone rattling up 24, 26 points this week. It's just not
60.
going to happen.
No, it's too much strength and depth. I mean, we were of the opinion what happened yesterday could be role reversed today,
60.
maybe with the exception of Littler.
We talk about statistics and form, but they are just an indication of what has happened before, not will happen
40.
in the future. We don't know how these guys have slept. We don't know whether they've had any sort of interruptions during the night. That's sport. That's human nature.
78.
Go back to when Rory McIlroy was the best player in the world in 2012. He forgot to set his alarm the night before he played the singles.
Yeah.
He ended up getting there just on time.
Well,
He still won his singles match.
57.
I spoke to Steve, and they've like a lot of the players now, they rent Airbnb apartments, much more comfortable, can control what they're eating, etc. It's just a nicer
139.
place than a hotel. And he made the dreaded mistake of falling asleep in the afternoon. Said so. He's had a nightmare in terms of
100.
getting off to
Luke,
sleep.
you require 167.
He's never been a good sleeper.
no.
167. Not going to go for it. Absolutely the right thing to do.
127.
Yeah, great maturity from Luke. Again, as a rule, with the exception of the 16 double 10, I can't fault his ball
60.
management.
Luke, you
Watch him
require
go for
40.
8 double 16 now. But he won't.
Because he loves 10s.
20.
And luckily for him, West is not on a finish. This is not the kind of game I expected.
I don't think is there any one of these players using standard points, Nico? Because that time is going to arrive
58.
soon where all the
Luke, you require
players
20.
playing under the auspices of the DRA
Game
will
shot on
have
the
to
sixth
play
leg.
with
Luke Littler.
much more modified point in terms of not having the aggressive
7th and
knurling
final
or
leg. It's Steve to throw
similar on them.
first. Game
I think
on.
there's been a lot of speculation as we go into leg 7 here about the onus on the player to change their
45.
points. But I think there's something that hasn't been talked about yet. I think there's a bit of an onus on the manufacturers too to have points that are within the new rules. And these players want to get them on the end of their darts now,
Yep.
not on January 4th.
140.
And it's 4 months away, isn't it?
Exactly. So if you've got points that break the new rules for 2024,
140.
enjoy them now. But when you're doing your autumn darts, you might want to go to the new ones to get used to them. You can see a lot of grip at the top of that point for Littler.
97.
It's not about that. It's about the bottom 1.5 centimeters of the point. If they are clean, they will be legal.
100.
And in venues like this, PDC, JDC, everything else, there will be a device that the tournament director will own and use to make sure that the points are legal. If they're not, they will not be
94.
able to be used.
And you won't be able to play, no matter who you are.
Oh, that's an important treble.
135.
Massive.
Luke, you require 170.
No, I wouldn't put it past Littler. Whoa, that was a wild one.
How big could this 81 checkout be for West
119.
to get in the mix
Steve, you require
after
81.
round 1? Double 12. He gets
Game,
sixes
shot, and a
and
match,
beats Littler
Steve
by
West.
4 legs to 3. So he joins Luke on 8 points. However, Jerome Miok is on 8 points with a game to spare. Well, that makes things really interesting. And as you can see, a difference of 5 in the averages didn't make any difference, but the doubling from West was exceptional, wasn't it? At 67%. Speaking of Jerome Miok, that game in hand is going to come next against Rhys Robinson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's game on in Group A after Steve West got the better of Luke Littler in the last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. That moves him on to 8 points. And so now, here's to you, Rhys Robinson, because victory here against Jerome Miok will mean it's going to be 4 players tied on that particular mark. He takes on Jerome Miok in our 3rd game of the day. And oh ho ho, this could be some match, couldn't it, Paul Nicholson, Chris Mason?
Certainly could, Henry. Although it didn't turn out that way yesterday. It was a 4-0 drubbing by Jerome. Averaged 80% on his doubles. He was almost immaculate.
First
Averaged
leg,
90
Jerome to throw
Robinson
first.
78.
Game
But
on.
something Paul picked up on very early yesterday, and something that triggered my memory of watching Rhys. He does get out the blocks quick and tends to
134.
fade. He's a bit like me on a treadmill.
I think you're fairly steady on a treadmill, aren't you? Well, as far as yesterday is concerned,
60.
he was out of the blocks like Carl Lewis. 105 plus average in his first game, and we thought, well, hold on a minute.
140.
But he couldn't sustain it. But there's something I really want to get off my chest when it comes to Robinson from yesterday. And it escaped me completely until this morning.
180.
He's doing everything in his power to knock me off my train of thought, but here it is. He only got 22 shots at a double yesterday.
Yeah, all day.
91.
And you think, well, that's not good. but he hit 13 of them for 59%.
Yeah, a clear leader in that metric.
180. Jerome, you require.
He's already got 2
136.
maximums today. Got 6 yesterday. And it's another hot start from Sugar Reese Robinson.
58.
Well, if you
Reese, you require.
want to think
81.
about those kind of numbers, Barry Van Peer in his first game equaled how many 180s he hit all day yesterday just to
56.
express
Jerome, you require. 78.
how bad a day he had.
Well, it's got to be 25 and bull. But he gets the bull.
Doesn't
62.
that always happen?
Reese, you require. 25.
Makes you feel sick. As would this 25 checkout for Jerome. Little step back. If you're not comfortable, that's a good thing to do. And Robinson does
21.
not take full
Jerome,
advantage.
you require. 16.
Yesterday could have been
Game shot on the first leg.
accused of
Jerome Mioch.
getting legs or games that maybe he didn't deserve. I know the 4-0 win against
Second leg, it's
Robinson was
Reese to throw
fully
first.
deserved because he played
Game
better than
on.
his opponent.
And he finished like a dream, didn't he?
He really did. 45% for Mioch yesterday, which, when you consider
140.
him compared to Robinson, it doesn't seem that impressive, but it really is well above average.
Yeah, that's elite level finishing over that amount of legs played.
100.
Interestingly, I ran into Jerome this morning just for a few seconds and I said, "How are you feeling?" And he just puffed his cheeks.
Yeah, he looked. I seen him this morning
140.
in the players' room, and he looked out on his feet.
I said at the top of the show with Henry that nobody would have more experience of how Jerome feels right now than you.
96.
Yeah, I mean, the first week on the Thursday, I was done. I was like, I just can't see how I can get through to Saturday night. I was just absolutely mentally
180.
in terms of the maxes, and then you sort of get the Sunday off, and then of course I
59.
came in and
Reach your
commentated for
require,
the Monday,
41.
Tuesday, Wednesday because I was given the option: do I want to play all week, or would I like the gamble of playing just Thursday and Friday night?
Shot on the
And
second leg.
I
Reese
took
Robinson.
the Thursday and Friday night option, as was within my right. And by that time,
Third
I'd
leg, it's
sort of
Jerome to throw first.
just
Game
sort of
on.
recovered more than enough to hold my own. But of course, it was a completely different
96.
environment because it was Champions Week, and I was sort of looking at the group thinking, well, I don't really want to play him, and I don't want to play him, and Daryl Pilgrim, Conan Whitehead. Anything else was in my group?
100.
Can't remember, but yeah, it was.
So what you're saying is Jerome is not at his optimum energy levels here, playing his second week in a row.
60.
No, but he's, what is he, 26, Jerome? So, no doubt a lot more sprightly than myself, and even he's feeling it. So,
41.
It just goes to show how much of a marathon this is.
Oh,
it's not easy.
78.
Contrary to what Daniel Closer said once. He said this is easy compared to the PDC Europe Super League.
well, you went over and covered that, didn't you? And even you come back and said, I don't know how they do it.
I
Is
honestly
it
don't.
12 matches
60.
they play?
Yeah, it's such a long day. I've never seen anything like it. Is Jerome getting his first max?
140.
It's his second 140 of the match.
The Scottish Open was long, and I won that, and I can remember playing the final and feeling okay, but
140. Jerome, you require
North Holland
127.
Open, and that was just staggering. I played my first game at 9 a.m. and I got on stage to play the final at 10:30 at night.
55.
Actually reminds me of
Reach your require
the
160.
Wagga Wagga Classic from 2008. It's roughly at 9:30. I played my first game. Next game, the final was at 10:30 at
40.
night.
Yeah,
Jerome, you require 72.
still went out after.
Double top for the man with the long points.
32.
Me, Rod Arrington,
Reece, you require
Wazza,
120.
and Lloydie all went out. My treat.
Oh! Speaking of a treat, he was going for 3 tops.
80. Jerome, you
Outrageous.
require 40.
Oh, that would have broken the internet if he'd hit that.
Oh, it's a time and a place. And this is
Game shot on the
neither.
third leg. Jerome Mioch.
And ultimately, well, I'm not sure what to say.
Fourth leg,
Well,
it's Reece
let's
to throw
face it, we do
first.
have Mavericks
Game
here this
on.
week.
Yes.
We do have Littler. Obviously, Robinson is a bit of a maverick doing things like that. As far as other players are concerned who could be
60.
classified as mavericks, maybe Yellow Clarkson a little bit. Danny Lauby.
Westy.
100.
Well, if they're the Mavericks, where are the geese? You don't want to be going out for a duck here today. But we're not here to talk about cricket.
140.
We're not going to go down that rabbit hole. We're going to stick to the
Oh,
darts.
it wasn't bad in the end. 2-2, wasn't it?
140.
I mean, considering, well, they've held it for, what is it, 8 years now, is it?
140.
You even got a decent cricket team in the Netherlands now.
Yes. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Oh, how good is that dart?
What I don't understand is why they're not
Reach your requirement.
amazingly good at
161.
basketball, considering it's the tallest race in the world.
They're very good at swimming,
125.
and they're very
Jerome,
good
you
at
require
darts.
161.
That'd be the huge feat. In terms of the swimming, I'm not
90.
sure about
Reach your require
what size
36.
has to do with darts, but there you go.
Double 18. Key double 9 coming in. That's a lovely
Game
shot from
on the
Reece.
fourth leg.
15
Reece
darter for him.
Robinson.
Well,
Oh, guess what? It's 2-2.
all barring the 3 double
Fifth leg,
top
it's Jerome
attempts.
to throw
You
first.
can't fault his
Game on.
performance here. He's averaging 98, 10 points higher than Jerome.
Well, when you consider that Robinson started with that 105 plus yesterday,
180.
that's our fourth 180 of this game, by the way. His running average yesterday was 87.82. That tells you how much he
57.
tailed off as the day went on. And he did pick up a very key victory yesterday with a 140 finish.
95.
That was against Barry Van Peer. That was in his second game. Is he going to get a win in his first game today? I wonder.
What was Jerome's
180.
Average for the day yesterday.
90. No, so it was 88.14. So it was almost 9 points behind that of Littler,
140.
but he had the same amount of points.
But very close between these two.
Indeed. Come on, Reece, you got to stop this.
180.
I don't even know how that went in
Jerome
that
require
portion of the 60.
86.
That's his 5th. Maroney in leg 5.
And he's
Game shot on
down
the fifth leg,
3-2.
Jerome Mioch.
This is a bulletproof performance from Mioch because Robinson, with those 5
Sixth leg,
maximums,
it's Reece to
is
throw
staring down the
first.
barrel of defeat.
Game on.
And averaging 103.35. Very similar to the number Steve West produced against him
100.
yesterday in defeat. Getting a bit of his own medicine.
When you consider the levels that we
97.
saw from Jerome, this is turning into his best performance of the week so far, and coming from a person who's not feeling at his optimum.
But again, that can
100.
sometimes work in your favour. You don't. You can get so tired that the brain automatically just switches off, which is ultimately
98.
what you want in this sport. Not like snooker, a thinking man's game, or golf, or
85.
some. It's not a sport that you can sort of. I mean, you can step away and readdress, but it won't do you too many favours.
98.
Yeah, I think if you're going into a chess match against Magnus Carlsen, you wouldn't want to be tired or lethargic.
No,
85.
this is more of a motor skill sport.
What can he leave?
100.
108 is
Reach
very
you require
gettable, whereas
131.
131 is just a little bit more difficult. But it is possible. How good could this be? That is
Game shot on the
wonderful
sixth
from
leg, Reece
Robinson.
Robinson.
Amazing. Absolutely under the pump.
That is the hard way of getting it as well. A lot of people might
Seventh
have
and
gone to
final
the
leg. It's
treble
Jerome
17
to
to
throw
start.
first. Game
Well, that's what
on.
I was thinking, because he obviously likes the tops. He just tried to hit 3 of them.
So he's got the 2 biggest finishes of the week now.
140.
Of 140 and 131. And if you're a bit of a darting brainiac, that finish, that way, won a world title.
91.
I would say it. You've got until the end of the leg to figure it out, but the end of the leg will be the end of the match. It was a matter of 13 years ago when that was hit by Phil Taylor against Simon Whitlock.
140.
Coincidentally, the second biggest checkout to win a
55.
PDC World Championship. And do you know what the other one was? It was 140, and Reece has got them both this week.
Yeah, Rob Cross against Phil Taylor.
100.
Is that a sign? I sometimes believe in
We
signs.
do like a bit of symmetry, Nico, don't we?
We do. But a 6th 180 for Robinson doesn't get him to a
Jerome
finish.
require 121.
Mioch, for a brilliant first win of the day.
He's got 2 visits of this, and sensibly doesn't even contemplate the
89.
51 on dart 2. Stays up, leaves 32 after 12. Nothing Robinson can do apart from apply pressure, and he's done just
133.
that.
Jerome, you require 32.
One more job to do. Can he do it?
Game,
Yes, he
shot,
can.
And a match. Jerome
Wow,
Mioch.
what a 3rd game of the day. And Robinson will be looking at the stats thinking, how did I lose that? Well, you didn't have the darts. That's one thing, Reece, but 104 is not enough. And 131 checkout to take us to leg 7 did give us drama, but there you see 6 maximums for Reece. They weren't enough either, and it's Jerome Mioch who goes back to the top on his own on 10 points via his best performance of the week so far. When we come back, we'll have Berry versus Littler to start round 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, that was a little bit of a Bazball performance on Reece Robinson before the break. 6 maxis, but it was the more scoring consistency of Jerome Mioch that got over the line in the end by 4 legs to 3. Right, this is what we've seen so far today. Interestingly, every match so far has gone with the throw. Now, in terms of the league table, that victory's put Jerome Mioch on 10 points. Luke Littler can join him there if he can get the better of Barry Vampire. Now, Vampire has won his first game today. Luke has lost his first game today. Let's hand back to Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. With round 1 in the books now, we have to start talking about how that went for every player. As far as Barry Vampire concerned, winning his first game was always going to be the goal. But how have things turned out for him? I'd
First
say
leg, it's
about
Luke to throw
50-50.
first. Game on.
Not every result went his way, but some of them did. But now it's a case of trying to get back to the top for Littler as he plays the first game of round 2
134.
with slightly different equipment.
They're old school, aren't they, Nico?
Who do they remind you
58.
of when you look at those stems?
As you can see, they're a modern twist of
57.
an aluminium stem, I presume produced by Target.
99.
Cliff Lazarenko?
Yeah, used to use an aluminium one. And I think they're just a little
140.
shorter, and he may be just trying to change the... He's just trying to
58.
change
Luke, you
the
require
action through the
170.
air, maybe, and how the dart is straightening up before it reaches the board. Sometimes it can give you a little bit more elevation,
134.
which means you don't have to throw them so hard.
I've been levelling compliments at Luke for quite a while now, but I'm
79.
going to give him another one.
Luke, you require
He's
36.
so aware of what's happening.
Game shot on the first
Because he
leg.
didn't
Luke
play his
Littler.
best in that first game. But there's a 13 darter to say that maybe he knows exactly
Second
what's
leg is
going
Barry
on.
to throw first.
Yeah, I think he reacts
Game
very
on.
well on the flight. And that will be down to, like you say, being
58.
so aware of how the darts react upon release, the effort involved,
134.
and the tweaks he needs to make the game as easy as possible.
135.
If you look at his rhythm in this game, it's very different to game 1. It's all very natural. That dart is not leaning as
57.
much as the previous setup as well. Maybe he's just trying to utilize a little bit of extra speed with the slightly different stem, which straightens it up,
118.
like you say, easier.
Yeah, and it's just cleaner through the air. There's less weep. And as you can see, that one.
100.
I don't know how that third one goes in.
No. Like you say, David Copperfield stuff about.
58.
Here's me thinking I was pretty good at physics at school. Oh, this should be a 180. It should have been in his own
99.
mind.
Barry require 132.
Now Berry for an equaliser. That doesn't help.
I live closer.
92. Luke, you
Littler could
require
only leave
111.
111 from his previous position. Interesting.
91.
I honestly thought
Barry,
he
you
was going to
require
go double
40.
18 there for the bull.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out for someone who likes tops, surely
$20.
surely the treble
Luke,
70.
you
I
require
don't
20.
understand why you'd stray away from the treble 20, really, but
Game
He
shot on
has
the
found
second
his
leg.
favourite double
Luke
for a 2-0
Littler.
lead.
in 29 darts.
So what I'm going to say next is somewhat speculative.
Third leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game
Do
on.
some young players now do shots like that to try and say to their opponent, I'm doing this
41.
to make you think about why I'm doing it. It's trying to engage the opponent mentally.
Yeah, it's not like a bluff, but I know what you're saying.
83.
I just think they like showing off because they can.
Oh,
I
he
mean,
has- yeah.
what does he go for if he hits the ball there, Nico?
55.
Well, didn't he? Was it 111 that he hit on one of his winning nights? Bull
Yeah.
11 bull.
Yeah.
Is he trying to do it again?
I remember Peter Wright's
54.
1-2-1 bull 777 bull.
That was rather good. So is this. What has
125.
Van Pierre got to do to get himself involved in this game? Well, first and foremost, he had to hit his doubles in the previous leg.
140.
But it's already an improvement today from yesterday.
In tune, isn't he? That's the
140.
only way to explain him. I said the most exciting
54.
prospect
Luke, you require
in World
140.
Darts right now for me.
So many more people are doing that on 140.
100. Berry require
It's a very
170.
creative ton to leave tops.
Well, I think because they're so adept now of using the ball, and of course it's like the 164.
49.
It took me a while
Luke, you
to work
require
out, but it's the breakdown of if you miss the 57, you go to the ball and then go to treble 20 to
Game
lead
shot
a
on the third
two-darter.
leg. Luke Littler.
And I'm caught in the crossfire here of Luke Littler being so good at tens.
Fourth leg, it's Berry to throw first.
Don't say it, Paul.
Game on.
I'm not-
Most of the time, we're seeing people are good at tens because they're not very good at tops.
I thought you were gonna justify the 16 double 10.
100.
However, just to back up the side of Littler against what I've just said, there's his average, 98.02.
134.
Pretty much his running average.
But more importantly, it's this one. He's had 3 hits from 4, which means he's only missed
180.
1 dot at tops in this match.
85.
Based on what you've seen in this game, would you keep the stems or would you go back to the other ones?
I think he could play with a
81.
bit of paper stuck on the end of a drill bit, mate.
I think this is a stick situation.
Yeah, I'm loving the angle of entry. I think that's perfect for him, and I just think there's more fluidity to the action. He looks more comfy. He looks less forced,
120.
which again
Berry
is
require 140.
half the battle.
He was flummoxed there because
couldn't.
he knew he couldn't leave a finish.
No,
The more traditional route on 140.
100.
And it works out well again. We might just get our first game of the day that isn't 4-3.
85.
Or will we?
Berry require 40.
well, this is only on throw for Barry Van Peer, so it could be just a consolation leg. Got to find that double 10.
20.
Oh, it may well be 4-0. Your original call, Nico.
Luke, you require 77.
You won against the darts yesterday by 4 legs to 2. This time, it's a win of
Game,
4
shot,
legs to
and a
0
match. Luke
with
Littler.
the darts. And with that result, he goes to 10 points and plus 11 in leg difference, which is exactly what Jeroen Mierke's got. So they are the two at the top. But as far as Barry Van Peer is concerned, he stays on 2 points at the base of the table. When we come back, it's Robinson and Bolton in a battle in Game 5.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, that was a ruthless and destructive performance before the break from Luke Littlers. He got the better of Berry Van Peer by 4-0, brushing him aside in 7.5 minutes, 98.5 the average, 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubling. Right, next up for us, it is Andy Bolton in action up against Rhys Robinson. Both players looking for a first win of the day, having lost 4-3 in their openers. Watching this one in the commentary box is Paul and Chris.
We're still here, Henry.
Leg, it's Andy to throw
We
first.
do have a pattern
Game
occurring
on.
here today. 4 players with 1 win, and everybody has won with the darts so far. So
93.
if you are a believer in the darts pools, 4 home wins. I wonder if that's going to continue in this one, as Andy Bolton has the darts, and Rhys has just started where he left off in his previous game.
180.
That's now his 7th 180 of the day, and he's played 8 legs. Well, he hasn't even completed the 8th leg yet.
140.
No, he's paid 7 and a bit, is the technical term. He's in again. Go on, son.
180.
Well, the downside is he can't get one on the next throw. But how about 1 dart better than Steve West yesterday, who wired double
59.
12 for this
Reach
shot?
should require 141.
Is it going to go yes or no? It's a no from me. But
105.
it may just be an equaliser for the best leg of the week, because we did get a 10 darter yesterday from Steve West. And this is an obliterating start against the darts. That's the best thing about this leg, isn't it, Chris? Because he's doing this
59.
when Andy threw first.
Yeah.
Reach
You
should
can have a
require
leg like this, do it
36.
on your opponent's throw, so you get that break. And it's an all-important break for Robinson, because at some point he's going to need the break to
Game
win the
shot on the
match.
first
And he
leg,
gets it
Rhys Robinson.
in leg 1 in just 12 darts.
Second time he's at double 9. First time of asking
Second
today
leg,
as
it's
well.
Rhys to throw
The only
first.
time a 12 dart is a
Game
little bit
on.
disappointing, isn't it?
His proximity to that treble 20 today has been sickening.
100.
It's like them spells you have in practice where you just feel like you can't miss.
I
He's
miss
doing it up there.
those.
Yeah.
As far as Andy's
95.
concerned, he's playing at a very similar level to what we would expect from him. But with it being Champions Week, the opponents are much
100.
better. They're more honed, they're sharper, they're more confident.
Well, in his campaign to qualify for
57.
Champions Week, he was the epitome of being absolutely rock solid, wasn't he?
Yeah, around the 92 average for the week. Took the Thursday and Friday off because he won Group A. Did a
60.
little bit of sightseeing around the Portsmouth area and then practiced on the Friday and went through the mill a little bit on that Saturday night, but he really was the best player of the week.
81.
Even though something happened in that Group A which I'll never, ever forget. He won the group on 26 points, which was a superb total, and he only won it by 2
57.
points because Białecki was 24 and didn't qualify. And ultimately, they played each other in the final on Saturday. And guess what? It was the closest it could possibly be.
140.
So Białowski's probably having nightmares about Andy Bolton at the minute.
Well, they were the 2 best players of the week, and it often doesn't end up working out that way, that they meet in the final. Oh, my goodness.
180. And you require 128.
He's got a third more 180s today than he had yesterday. He had 6 yesterday. He's got 9 already today.
40.
How many is he going to get by the end of the day?
Well, it's 1 a leg at the moment.
Double 1.
Game
And
shot on
that's
the second
just
leg.
as big as the
Reece
180.
Robinson.
2-0 lead for Robinson, trying to break that streak of home wins or players winning
Third
with
leg
the
is Andy to
darts.
throw first. Game on.
So far, so good for someone who always starts well in a campaign. His sustainability
59.
is what has the question mark against it today. And I really hope he heard us saying that, because it might make him change something that could be revolutionary for his career going forward.
82.
He was touted as a youth player to go on and do great things in the sport, and it just didn't quite work out for him. But
92.
as we're more than aware, he's got time on his side. Look at someone like Peter Wright, who didn't win his first world title until he was 49.
90.
He won the World Masters Boys Championship in 2010. And he has won at other levels as well. He beat Curtis
60.
Atkins in the final of that tournament. Funnily enough, it was in Hull.
Any names on the latter stages that are now doing bits?
100.
Robbie John Rodriguez made the semi-finals. We know he's done some stuff. Players like Kurt Parry from Wales, he's played here.
Yep.
Josh Payne, on tour right now. He was in the quarters.
96.
Here's a name for you, though, that you haven't heard in a while. Paddy Meany.
Wow, yeah. Good player, Paddy.
Haven't seen Paddy in years.
No. Another fine youth player, though.
But since then,
81.
Robinson has won on the development tour in 2011 and 2014. And he won a Challenge Tour event in 2021. That is a bit of a surprise considering his
96.
promise.
Reece, you require 148.
But he could still win this week. Could change a lot for him, especially financially. £20,000 for the winner.
81.
Well, it means he
And you require 98.
wouldn't have to rely on sponsorship deals or using his own money to finance
58.
Q School,
Reece,
and then
you
going
require
forward, it takes
67.
a huge pressure off. And trust me, when you're investing thousands of pounds, tops, I love this shot. Oh, you won't love that because
47.
that literally has bent the wire.
And you require 40.
That was a clip shot, that one. You heard the wire and the point
Game
colliding
shot on
with
the
each
third
other.
leg.
Yeah, I'm
Andy
sure
Bolton.
we've both been there, Nico, where you've sort of had to make a choice of, right, do I pay this bill or do I
Fourth leg, it's
gamble it
Reece
and
to
go into
throw
a tournament
first.
this weekend? And
Game on.
listen, it's a tough enough sport at the best of times without playing with the pressure of having to pay your mortgage or gambling on a tournament.
I remember
81.
October 2009, funnily enough. I made the way from North Shields, where I was living in Tyne Weir at the time, to Killarney
59.
via Liverpool. And if I didn't do well in that tournament, I was going back to Australia.
Yep.
I'm so glad I didn't. Because I made the final of that tournament. Lost to Phil Taylor
100.
6-0 in the final, of course.
All done that.
But I did win the Players about 3 months later, so that really was an important event. But
Yeah.
if I didn't do well in that tournament, I was already going to book my flight back to
33.
Oz.
Well, you look at not so long ago, Nathan Aspinall, 20 quid in his pocket and thinking about, right, I've got to get a job.
Imagine his friend Callum Luce.
140.
If Nathan had said to him, can you borrow me the few pence I need to get this £20 out of the cash machine? And Callum said to him, no, you can have that,
59.
but I want 5% of your future earnings. That would have been a good investment.
Well, it's that sliding doors moment, like Rob Cross's uncle, dragging him out of bed to play the UK Open
160.
qualifier, and the rest is history.
Robinson's just hit a 160 to leave double 10.
Almost like a tribute
100.
to James Wade.
Richie require 20.
The amount of times they've left double 10.
It really has been left a lot today. But it hasn't been hit here. There is an argument for busting this or splitting it.
No score.
What would you have done?
2.
Yeah, I'd rather have double 4 than
Well, I don't
double
mind the
10 or
double
double 5.
the double 4, double 2 split, rather than being in that position again
140.
of the
Richie
double 5
require
and burning
20.
a dart.
I think it depends on the player and what's happening in between the ears. It is now double 5. And it does
Game
come up
shot
trumps
on
for a
fourth leg,
3-1
Reece
lead.
Robinson.
The average dives, but his game position improves. That's the most
Fifth leg
important
is
thing
Andy
right
to
now.
throw
Yeah, that's
first.
the key
Game
metric.
on.
Get a look at this. This tells you everything about this game. 14 shots at a double to 1.
That's
99.
insane, isn't it? But if you look at the scoring, Robinson, 10 scores of a ton or more.
134.
Just the 4 for Bolton, but of those 10, 3 of them are 180s.
You're trying to tell me he's half as good at scoring as his previous game, even though he's 3-1 up. It's a weird game, this, sometimes. And we can somewhat get lost in
137.
statistics.
But in that match against Miok, even though it went 7 legs, he still managed to hit more 180s than 140s.
93.
6 180s and just 5 140s.
That's what's so fun about the amount of information at our fingertips, because we can have fun seeing what happens in one game and then what happens in another. Ultimately,
92.
all Robinson wants is to get the win, which would take him to 8 points and only 2 behind the leaders. And it would confine Andy Bolton to the basement
92.
with Berry Van Peer on 2 points, and they, for me, would be pretty much done.
Yeah. It's
82.
a bit unlucky. Right next door to the target. And still leaves himself a bit to do on 91, so that will keep Robinson interested. Don't hit 180.
180.
That's just silly.
Andy require 91.
We will find out just how silly that could be. First and foremost, he needs to get a shot at it. And he might not. But he does.
82.
Well, in darts speak, from
Reece,
the
you
old
require
school,
2.
Reece, you left it.
Game, shot.
And he
a
hits
match.
it.
Reece
Well,
Robinson.
I wouldn't advise doing that. I can understand it to leave maybe a double 4 or double 2, because the effect hitting a max does with a crowd can affect your opponent, but ultimately 10 points ahead in the averages. Another 4 180s for Robinson and a 4-1 win, and he moves on to 8 points alongside Steve West, who's up next against Jerome Mioch.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Reece Robinson is going on a maximum frenzy. 10 in 2 games, a 4-1 victory against Andy Bolton, and he even had time to hit one to leave double one, because you know what? Why not? Well, big game coming up here. Match number 6 sees Jerome Mioch take on Steve West. A victory here for West will see him move on to 10 points alongside Mioch and Little, whilst the Dutchman can go top of the table. But before we quickly hand over to the commentary box, I can tell you in practice, Steve West has just hit 3 bullseyes. Incredible.
Not a bad effort, really.
First
but how
leg, it's
about
Steve to
10
throw first.
maximums in
Game
2
on.
games for Reece Robinson? That is some effort. But as far as West is concerned, he is very much in the mix
135.
here in Group A, approaching the halfway point. If he gets the win against Mioch here, he'll be on 10
44.
points alongside Littler and Mioch, with Robinson 2 points behind. It is very much now a 4-horse race to see who gets the 2 days off on Thursday and Friday.
Yep, totally agree.
135.
This is a massive game for both. This is sort of it's the midway point, effectively.
100.
And, well, of course, Steve West was the only player yesterday to inflict defeat on Jerome. It was a tight one. It wasn't pretty either.
180.
Both players averaging 80, and it was a 4-3 win for West.
Well, the breaking news is that our referee
100,
Justin
Steve
Bradshaw
Require,
needs a
51.
throat lozenge for the amount of 180s he's calling today. Double top.
31.
He'll come back for, you guessed it, double 10. We've seen it more times than you can possibly imagine today already.
93. Stevie require 20.
For a hold.
Game shot on
In
the first
13
leg.
darts.
Steve West.
Super start from Westy. It was potentially an 11-darter. But he'll be more than happy with that.
Second leg, it's Jerome to
I've just
throw
seen
first.
Jerome do
Game
something
on.
that a lot of dart players would love to be able to do. He was just combing his hair with his hand. But curiously,
100.
because I think about these strange sorts of things, if your hair is like that and it has a certain product in it, does it affect
85.
your grip? Because you've got something in there, like a hair product?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you've got like a... I'm not sure what he'd have in there. It certainly wouldn't be any kind
60.
of sticky wax, would it? He's got more of like a... I don't know, maybe a... sort of like a freeze spray thing. It doesn't move very much.
100.
There's a certain type of wax that you can buy. You put your hand in your hair, it'll get stuck.
140.
The hair, when you think now, it's quite a part of it. You got Simon Whitlock, of course. You got Danny Jansen, the mullet. Now we've got the
140.
curtains.
Looks like a member of NSYNC. Well, everything's been in sync
121.
so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
The last couple of weeks have been very fruitful for him. £5,000 last week. He's on course at the minute to
100.
get himself in the
Jerome
mix
require
for Saturday
80.
night. There's a long way to go. Single 20 for tops will give him the equaliser he craves.
Well, with appearances, if
60.
he wins it this week, he'll be
Stevie requires 76.
close to 30,000. Not a bad couple of weeks. I couldn't personally work for that myself, but
60.
That was a really tricky shot for Steve. That first
Jerome,
start
you
just
require
covered
20.
a lot of that bed.
yeah, it created the problem. It was a badly thrown dart, which left him
Game shot on the second leg. Jerome
not a
Mioch.
great sight of the double, but another double 10 just for fun.
And when you consider what we
Third leg,
got
it's
from
Steve
these
to
two
throw
yesterday in
first.
Game 10,
on.
it wasn't a great match. It was the time where Jerome just started to tail off a little bit, and Westy against the darts winning 4-3.
57.
Just about had enough shots at double to get the result. 4 hits from 11 and averaged 79.27.
Yeah, the best leg of the match, I think, was the last one. He produced
100.
a 15-dart break of throw, and that was the only difference between the two. And this one going with throw currently.
140.
Now, Steve comes from a darting family, doesn't he?
Yep. Yeah, his brother Tony, former winner and runner-up of
60.
the Wimbledon World Masters. Tony Senior also played a bit.
All played for Hertfordshire as well.
100.
Great darting county.
Yeah, didn't Alex Roy play for Hertfordshire? He did,
Alex
yeah.
Roy, Dennis Ovens. They had
Yes.
a great A-team.
43.
The original Heat.
What a wonderful player Dennis Ovens was for a very, very long time.
And a wicked dry sense of humour. And a master builder.
I think
60.
there was a guy down there as well, really tall guy called Steve Smith. Really good player. I think he played a bit of PDC darts about 17,
did.
18 years ago.
Yeah.
43. Steve, you require 144.
Yeah, of course, Alex Roy, the ace of hearts.
24.
Hates a conversation.
You can remember every dart he's ever thrown. Remarkable.
I applaud the person who does his biography one day. I have
96.
to sit there and listen to
Steve,
Alex
you
for days
require
and days and
120.
days. That'll be a detailed book one day.
I did sit next to a flight to America with him once.
Oh,
Game
that's
shot on the
wonderful
third
from
leg,
Westy.
Steve West.
2-1 to him. Did you really sit next to Alex all the way to America?
Yeah. Eric in the window seat.
Fourth leg, it's
Me in the
Jerome to
middle,
throw
Alex
first.
on the end.
Game on.
Don't tell me Alex and Eric were talking to each other and you were
66.
pretending to be asleep. How good was that 120 from Westy? Especially the second dart as well, where he's got this knack of getting it through that
134.
blocker. Now, there is one of the things I wanted to mention this week about Steve's ability to do that. He does have moulded flights, but they're not as big
82.
as some other people in this group. They are a smaller version. It's all about how the darts behave in the last
95.
third as well.
Well, and there's no spin to his darts. They leave the grip cleanly, so there's no rotation. So that
140.
tends to create minimal deflection.
That angle in that 60 is so inviting. That's why he hits so many maximums when he's on form.
99.
He's averaging 99 exactly
100.
as we approach the end of the fourth leg.
719s is what he's looking for.
95.
Only picks up 5.
Jerome, you require 113.
13 for tops this time. And he misses this single. That could be huge based on what we're about to see from Steve. If I'm behind Jerome right there, I'm thinking this is my chance.
73.
Well, he should get at least a dart at tops.
Steve, you
We know
require
how
78.
proficient he is up there. But the shot will be treble 18 for double 12. The single 20. That's where having that flatty in your armoury
58.
is a bonus, because that was a
Jerome, you
perfect Zamba,
require
just caught the
40.
flight. Couldn't avoid it.
Can he avoid leg defeat though?
20.
That double 10 is going to be wore out by the end of the
Steve,
day.
you require 20.
Speaking of which, both miss it. Can West take 10 in total
Game
with
shot
the
on
last
fourth
dart?
leg, Steve West.
There's your answer. That's a huge double. And mistakes were made by Jerome Mioch there. Unfortunately, that's why
Fifth leg, it's
he is
Steve to throw
2
first.
behind.
Game
Interesting
on.
show of emotion there from Westy, as if to say, settle down.
It's a huge game. Can't quite go top on
140.
leg difference, but he can pull level on points. And that keeps him right in the mix, because he does
83.
have the advantage, of course, of already playing and beating Luke Littler, who we expect at some point to start to go on a bit of a charge.
140.
We talk a lot about what's on the line this week. Being the champion in most tournaments
96.
is what the players want. But there are some players here this week where the money will make a huge difference.
Yeah.
and one of them is Steve West.
Yeah, has to pay for a wedding. No, all
60.
joking aside, he's going to be going under the knife in not the too distant future, meaning he's not going to be able to work for a good few months. He's a
58. Stevie require
delivery driver, isn't he?
You can't get behind the wheel when you're about to go through what he's going to go through.
No, or after.
65.
It's looking exceedingly likely that we're going to have 3 players on 10 points in a fascinating Group
140.
A scenario right
Stevie
now.
require 96.
96 for 4-1.
And if Reece Robinson beats Luke Littler in our next match, we'll have 4 of them on 10. And I wouldn't put that past
92.
Reece Robinson, the way he's been playing
Jerome, you require 124.
of late.
This is to save the match. And the shot is off. Westy was not happy with himself missing that double 9 into the 14. As soon as he turned around,
41.
he saw that small
Stevie
1 from
require
Jerome
4.
to give him hope that the 4-1 is still his. Can't
No
find his
score.
way past that first dart.
Jerome, you require 83.
What's that? 5 match darts. 16 for ball. Can he save it on the red bit? Ooh.
50.
He has had 5 match darts.
Stevie require
at
4.
3 different doubles. 4th different double.
Game, shot.
Finally
and a
gets
match.
across the
Steve
line.
West.
It's not a great game, just like yesterday, but just like yesterday, West wins, this time with a gap of 3, and it does get him in amongst the leaders on 10 points, admittedly with not as good a leg difference as Luke Littler, who is playing next, and it will be the start of round 3. The middle portion of the day in Group A and Champions Week is coming right up.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our day. Chris Mason has joined us up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. These are the results then from the 6 matches we've seen. What I can tell you is, well, Andy Bolton's lost both of his matches. Steve West has won both his matches. Everybody else is 1-1.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating start to the day. Not particularly what we expected. It was great to see Barry Van Peer start the day with a win, and we thought, right, he's going to kick on from that. Then walked into a very good Luke Littler and finds himself pretty much in the same position as he started the day. Still feel that if Luke Littler gets a win over Reece Robinson, easier said than done, the way Reece Robinson's been playing today. What's he at 10-180s in 2 games? He's looking very, very good. Took a bit of a risk on the 182 hitting the max, but it worked out for him in the end. So it's hard to criticise, but not something I certainly would advise doing.
Big game just before the break there. Steve West getting the better of Jerome Mioch by 4 legs to 1. It effectively opens up a 3-horse race. And this was a big moment here, the 120. It kind of like psychologically did Jerome a bit.
Yeah, well, that second dart was remarkable. If you wanted to put a dart in the worst possible place for Steve West, it would have been in the middle and right on the underside of the wire of the treble 20. But he has an insane ability to just be able to work around those kind of darts and ping tops and went on to win the match 4-1 in the end.
We were talking before going on air this morning how Steve West could be the kind of player that just goes under the radar a little bit today.
Yeah, I don't think he would be particularly enamoured by his performance levels, but in terms of results, only unbeaten player today. He's right in the mix at the top of the table, only separated by leg difference. And like I say, an opportunity for Robinson. If he can get a win over Luke Littler, we'll have 4 on 10.
Right, let's talk Reece Robinson. 10 180s so far today in 2 matches. Hit 6 against Jerome, 104 average, a 131 checkout. He lost the match.
Yeah, it's one of those. We've seen a few of them crop up over the years in the Super Series, and when you're against the throw, and what happened with him there a couple of times where he did a couple of 180s in a leg and sort of left a low shot after 9, wasn't getting a go. And if the player with throw takes it out last dart, that's what lifts your opponent's averages, and that's what happened there with Reece. But yeah, he looks right on it today. His measured, his actual feel around the 60 is phenomenal. Like I say, 10-180s in 2 matches is remarkable. 10 in 2 legs would be even more remarkable.
And would bust the score as well. But he takes on Luke Littler in a couple of minutes' time. We still waiting for the best version of Luke Littler today? Yeah,
he's had a little fiddle, changed his stems, went with a little bit of a shorter aluminium stem. The angle of entry of the dart looks clean. His throw looks okay, and it's with players like Luke, it's almost, the expression you like to use about lighting the blue touch paper. As soon as he goes off, look out. And it may happen now, but he's gonna have to produce, because Robinson will go into this one very confident, and he should, the way he's played in his opening 2 games.
As far as the table's concerned, Barry Van Peer still finds himself locked at the bottom of it. What's your thoughts on him so far this week? 'Cause it just feels like he just can't get anything together right now.
Yeah, and it's something we've spoke about before. We've had players of great quality come in, and I've said to you many times, you can't map out when you're going to be at your best form and when you're going to have a dip in form. And it may just be a case that he's having a dip in form and can't get himself out of it. The beauty of this week, you do have the opportunity to play in Group A. You can play yourself into some kind of form.
Most certainly. Well, here at the Super Series, we do get a bit of the weird and wonderful. And you know what, darts? It doesn't always go to plan, does it, Mace?
No, certainly doesn't.
Well, early on in this series, Christian Kiss, gave us something a little bit out of the ordinary. Take a look at this.
A little bit of a break, but I think we were onto something for someone like Kiss, who can then... Oh.
Well, that's different. That flight needs replaced. How has he done that?
Still any idea?
Yeah, well, years ago when we used to use resealable flights, if they were a little bit damaged, you could get that happen. A point would literally just tear straight through the flight. But with modern technology and how these flights are heat sealed, that's quite an unusual one. But we've seen the ones before, of course, where they've had the deflection dangle down and just touched the ball, because where the point touches is what it scores. But yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Christian.
Christian, who I'm sure we'll see in series, are doing some great stuff on the Challenge Tour. But focus goes back onto Champions League and that race for the first place into Champions Night on Saturday. Luke Littler in action up against Reece Robinson. The race is hotting up. Chris Mason's going to race his way down to the commentary box. Sketchers in hand? Well, trainers in hand.
Nikes.
He's joining Paul Nicholson. Hello, Paul.
Hello once again, guys. Yes, it is very much an exciting round 3 that we've got coming now. because this was the game yesterday in round 3 that yielded the best average of the week. With the man who wears possibly the snazziest shoes of everybody in this building. He can afford them. He probably makes more money in this building than anybody else because of his talent. And why shouldn't he? That's for sure. And it could be even more coming his way by the end of the week.
First leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday's game, at a canter, a 4-1 victory for Littler, averaging that 113.77.
57.
And in most weeks, there we are. There's those fancy kicks. Most weeks, I would say, we're not going to get an average better than 113.77.
140.
But with the caliber of players that we've got this week, I wouldn't be surprised to see it bettered. Even by the same player.
59.
But the story of Reese Robinson's day has firmly been about these things.
135.
Not 135s. 180s. Is he going to maintain what he's done so far today, or will he
41.
revert to type and tail off a little bit? This is where round 3 gives us that information. In defeat yesterday
134.
to Luke Littler, he was, I hate to say this, 35 points behind in the average.
140. Luke, you require 92.
Littler actually would have had a similar average to Reese with 2 darts.
Game
he has a
shot on the
1-0
first
lead.
leg, Luke Littler.
Courtesy of that 92 checkout. And he's at it again. 12 darter.
Second leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
That's not me trying to belittle Reese Robinson, by the way. It's just statistical accuracy.
It's the numbers we have in front of us, Nico.
100.
Like I said, if he can replicate that scoring power he's shown in his opening 2
60.
matches, he's gonna push Luke Littler hard. But if he's just off the pace and Littler's gone back to a short nylon stem,
134.
So let me get my head around this, because I'm very experimental and scientific in my thinking.
97.
He starts with a 4-3 loss using these stems, averaging 90.64. He then improves by 8 points using a different set of stems,
42.
and then decides to revert to the previous ones.
what have I told you about trying to work out a dart player? Futile.
Like Sultan's Maze. That infuriating 90s
26.
computer game where you could never find your way to the end.
See, I think he has to.
40.
I mean, I'm not sure the dynamics for him. Having obviously, I'm not throwing the dart, so I wouldn't know. But it looks, for some reason, with a
98.
nylon stem in, that he's having to throw the dart a bit harder, and he's conscious of that.
And look at the shoulder activity.
Yeah, exactly.
97.
2 or 3 times today I've seen him try to rescue the shot on dart 3 by moving a little bit further up in his body position.
180. Luke, you require 88.
Yeah, it was something that James Wade used to do. He used to get up on his toes, didn't he?
7-7.
81.
That was a chance for
Reese, you
2-0.
require
Beautifully
40.
timed max, though, from Robinson.
Where have I heard that before today?
Game
But this
shot
time he
second
leaves the
leg,
next door
Reese
neighbour of double
Robinson.
1. And it is 1-1.
Second leg, it's Reese
How
to
many
throw
180s
first.
do you think he's gonna hit
Sorry,
by the
third
end of
leg,
the
it's
day?
Reese to throw first. Game on.
Well, if he doesn't tail off, 20.
That's silly.
43.
But the reasoning behind us saying that he has tailed off is because we've seen it on our score sheets. We've seen it in his
97.
behaviours as well. His rhythm can break down. Let's face it, we love watching him in maverick mode. We don't want things to break down. We want him to play well.
134.
And for the sake of this table, if he was to beat Littler from this position, it would make this table complete and utter carnage.
83.
That third dart from Littler was one of those examples of trying to save the shot.
Yeah, he just sort of... He's trying to change it on the
83.
fly, and unfortunately, you know as a player, when it's just about to come out the hand, it's just not right.
It doesn't look as
81.
consistent with these stems, I'm not going to lie. But I just wonder what he's going to use, because I don't see him changing it in this game. In the middle of the game, that is.
140.
What's he going to use in game 11? In his fourth match of the day? Stay tuned to find out.
He's not quite in Kevin Painter mode yet, but...
140.
Don't give him
Reach
any
your require
excuses.
101.
Or he could possibly use 3 different flights and 3 different stems.
61. Luke, you require 100.
This was his biggest finish of the day yesterday. And he might just do it again against Reece Robinson. Double
Game
10
shot on the
gets
third
it.
leg. Luke Littler.
3 consecutive breaks of throw, Nico. The finishing from Littler.
Fourth leg, it's Luke to
92
throw first.
in
Game
leg
on.
1 and the 100 there in leg 3. 2 from 5 on the doubles. Is this a first max?
140.
Very nearly.
I did a little bit of digging when you were talking to Henry on the balcony about the careers of these two. Oh, look, it's another maximum for Reece.
180.
Getting very close to being normal for a game. I think the odds compilers are going to have a real
57.
headache with Reece Robinson over the next couple of days. Just remember, if you are having a flutter today, over 18s only, begambleaware.org for more information, and please gamble responsibly.
58.
But looking at their careers, Reece has been around 13, 14 years. Littler,
96.
2 or 3 years since he was a wee baby. Littler's got 4 development tour titles, and Reece has got 2.
And he's only been playing on it this year.
137.
Exactly. And you wonder why we think so much of this young man. On top of that,
140.
I could be here all
Reach
day
your
talking
require
about what he's won at the youth
126.
level. He's fast becoming one of the best youth players in history.
He already is.
86. Luke, you require
Now, can this
68.
quality combo finishing continue? Double 16.
Game shot on the
There's
fourth
your
leg.
answer.
Luke Littler.
It's impressive. It's nowhere near what he was doing yesterday, but it's still
Fifth leg,
effortless
it's Reece to throw
and brilliant.
first.
Well, he's doing that
Game
thing
on.
that Taylor used to do. You'd if you sort of didn't look at the numbers and we were just stood on the balcony at the match play watching him play, we go, "Oh, that didn't look that good." And then we walk in and have a
100.
look on the fruit machine, and it says 102.7. You're like, how does he do that? Well, at the moment, Luke Littler is
140.
averaging 102.
And he was shaking his head at the end of leg 4. I don't think I've ever shake
11.
my head when I was averaging 99 after 4 legs. I would have had a very different emotion. But it's a different game
43.
these days.
Yeah, 90 was the current 100 back in the day.
40.
But I hasten to add, the boards are between 12 and 15% smaller,
56.
covered in metal.
First sign of frustration there from Reece. Left himself on that magical 350 number, which
60.
you very rarely see converted in 6 darts. But Littler
That's your
is...
fave, isn't it?
It really is, because it's so rare.
Yeah. And it's perfection.
77.
One thing that Littler has done very well here, he's just managed the game well, hasn't he? He's just tried to keep Robinson on the
140.
This is probably the most impressive thing about him. His old head on young shoulders.
90. Reece, you require 150.
To save it, you just knew he was going to go bullseye because of the way he thinks. He went 3 double tops for 120 earlier.
68.
But this, for the
Rishi
knockout blow,
Luke
to put
required
Littler
95.
at the top of the tree. And to put 4 points between himself and Robinson.
70.
Not quite.
Rishi require 82.
Only the thickness of the ball are away. He'll be on the ball. 17 for tops. Stay alive.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
what a
fifth
dart
leg.
under
Reece
pressure that is.
Robinson.
It's only a 21 dart hold of throw, but keeps him in the tie.
Sixth leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
We were both at Blackpool recently for the World Match Play, and we were talking about the final 4 players in the tournament
57.
and how 3 of them were products of the development system in the PDC. You're going to see that a lot more in the future. And you're looking at 2 players here who are a product of that system as well. But then again, you go a little bit further back, and Luke is a product of the Junior Darts Corporation.
Yeah.
We've seen people come
100.
through that. Jurjen van der Velde, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, Littler,
Well, look at
Jared Cole.
Michael Smith and Joe Cullen were part of that new kids on the Ocky, weren't they?
180.
Should bring that show
95.
back.
Well, there's so much young talent around. It would be fitting.
130.
This is a really good spurt from Reece. You're thinking, when Littler's on bull for the match and at 95 checkout, that it's just a matter of time before he gets it done.
89. Rishi
But
required.
Sugar has
51.
said, nah, I will have 3-3. That's what he
Game
gets.
shot on the sixth leg.
Oh, that's
Reece
'cause
Robinson.
he's the juice, and that 11 darter was juicy. Break of throw has the darts in the
Seventh and
decider.
final leg. It's Reece to throw first. Game
Good
on.
game. They can be separated by 0.06. The 180s, they mean nothing now. But look at that.
100.
He really was a good finisher yesterday. 59% for his first day. And as far as today is concerned, 3 from 9 in his first game. Yes, he lost the match, but that's still quite impressive. 4 from
99.
15 in beating Andy Bolton. That's acceptable, I would say. But this is flawless.
This isn't bad either.
180.
13 in 3 matches.
Somebody get the record book out, because we might need it for individual 180s in a day. I do get the feeling
81.
that the way he's going, he's going to break some sort of record. But he's not concerned with that right now. All he wants is this win. A from-behind win, which would get him firmly in the mix.
58.
My apologies.
Rishi
it's 4
required
now in this
140.
match. That was a 4th max. 14 for the day.
My word. What a
Game
win
shot.
that is for
And a
Reece
match,
Robinson.
Reece Robinson.
He had promise years ago. He found his way through his qualifying week, but that has got to be one of the most impressive comeback wins of his time here at the MODUS Super Series. That was extraordinary. Look at the doubling. 100%. And for the second time in 2 days, he finishes a 4-3 with a 140 checkout, and it was a different way this time as well, showing his game flexibility. We have 4 players on 10 points. Well, you wanted drama, you got it. Barry Van Peer and Steve West, next.
And a very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the twists and turns continue to develop in Group A. As before the break, Rhys Robinson got the better of Luke Littler by 4 legs to 3. That now means 4 players tied on 10 points in the group. Right, next up for us, Steve West taking on Berry Van Peer. And to quote Gavin and Stacey, well, it's all the drama at the Super Series. I love it.
So do we, Henry, and I love the end of that one. 3-2 down. Rhys Robinson produced legs of 11 and 12. So from 3-2 down, averaged 130, and that included a 180, followed by a 140 out. 4 out of 4 on the doubles, Nico. And he moves on to 14 maxes for the day. The record is in his sights.
If he keeps going the way he is, he's not going to break that record. He's going to evaporate it.
Vaporize it.
100.
Let's turn our attention to Van Peer and West now. And without getting too ahead of myself, I think it's fair that Van Peer and Bolton are now the spoilers for the other 4. Because we have 4 players on 10 points, 2 on 2 points, an 8-point gap at the halfway point of the group. That's going to be too much to bridge for me. Yeah. So Van Peer and Bolton, what they're going to have to do is try and find some sort of confidence ahead of what is probably looking like a Group C campaign on Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, and it's no disrespect to them. It's just the nature of the quality of the field. If it was a different group and they just started off badly, then, which, I mean, in terms of averages, it's not been horrific. It's just when you're playing in a Champions League, especially 59. One of this level, if you're just off the pace, you will get found out quickly, and that's what's happened.
Something else that's happening as well is
60.
Certain players are grabbing the headlines over the last couple of days. In Littler and Robinson now. West
96
is just coasting a little bit right now, but we can't forget about the fact that with a win against Berry here, he could go top of the table.
96.
Having played the same games
Berry
as Littler.
94.
With Mioch against Bolton to come. Double top for Berry.
Game shot
That's
on the
a
first
bit more
leg.
like it.
Berry
And I
Van
certainly
Peer.
wouldn't write off Bolts or Berry Van Peer, because
second leg it's Steve to
I
throw
certainly wouldn't be shocked
Game
if
on.
they find their way through Group C, both of them. Going to be tough, because Group C is tough.
100.
Top 2 progressing out of that group, and that group will be, Nico.
Rennie Idams.
128.
The man known as the Cube, who no longer looks like a cube. The Cobra, Jelle Klaassen. And our favourite
140.
Patrick van den Bogaard, also known as
Bogaard. Yeah,
85.
and they'll be joined by Berry Van Peer, Andy Bolton, and one of Robinson, West, Mioch or Littler.
43.
It's been quite a frustrating scoring performance so far for Steve. Been some good stuff in there, but he's had a couple of collisions that have left him a little bit lost. 2-1-8 here. There's another one of those darts that just creeps
95.
away from a really good start. One thing he can't afford to be is consistently
58.
untidy in a group like this.
Ball.
Gets a shot at the ball.
98.
The line of that
Berry
dart.
require 170.
When he threw that, he thought that was in.
Yep. He'll be back for 25. Level things up.
100.
A hold of throw of his own.
Stevie require
Potentially
25.
in 17 if he does it in 2.
This is the double that he missed for the 9 yesterday, but he
Game
doesn't miss
shot
it
on the
here.
second leg, Steve West.
That is very tidy.
Third leg, it's
many
Berry to throw
things
first.
that have
Game
been said
on.
about bullseyes over the years. And there are even analysts within the game these days that have their own vernacular when it comes to... You've got...
60.
Yeah, it's the button.
You call it the button.
The red button.
That's somewhat nicked Ted Lasso's barbecue sauce. Such a lovely sketch, that. when he hits a 170.
140.
Spoilers attached, by the way. He does hit the 170 in that episode. Have you heard any other ways of saying it?
91.
Cherry. Cork. The others I can't repeat on air.
45.
Barry, you've left 350. You're making me dream. The dream lives.
The jam of the Dodger.
Twice we've had a 350 and 6 in the last 2.5 years. Andy Jenkins and Jim McEwen.
Barry, you require 170.
He was just teasing you, Nick.
I think he was. You mean
98.
mean soul. But is Steve teasing Berry?
136.
Have you done the 350
Barry
and 6?
requires 72.
341's my best. Did it twice.
52.
Berry does knit tops twice.
Steve, you require 40.
Got it earlier in the match. West does hit it for
Shot third
2-1.
leg, Steve
This is a good
West.
performance all of a sudden. The untidy stuff has been eradicated, and now he looks
Fourth
the
leg at
part.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 13 dart break.
Yeah, 341. I hit against James Wade in one of my last
97.
Players' Championships in Dublin. That was to win the match. I was quite impressed with that. And I also did 341 and 6 against Alex Roy in a European Tour match.
60.
I enjoyed that one.
Yeah, he wouldn't have forgot that.
Correct. This is good.
One.
Oh, it's a no-look 180 as well. It was bound to go in that one.
It was very good.
He wants to grab a few headlines
100.
himself. Doesn't want to go under the radar anymore.
I've done a few exhibitions with Westy back in the day over in the Netherlands, and wow,
60.
I thought I'd seen it all.
I remember the first time I ever met Steve was at Alexandra Palace. Well, as a pro, I'd met him before at county
39.
circuits.
Steve, you require 164.
And he had 3 bookies pens in his hand, and he threw them at the board, and I was left aghast. Not just at the fact that you can throw these
60.
things accurately, but just getting them in the board.
Yeah, I seen him have a 12 darter using straws just on the end of, like, just push down, no flies.
58.
Just push down
Steve,
and
you
stem. I was
require
like, what are you
104.
doing? He went, you not seen this before? I said, well, no. Unreal.
4 tops.
Motown.
64.
He's in the mood now, isn't he? Steve is quite easy to read when he's in the mood.
Yeah, couldn't play poker.
41.
Sure, everybody
Steve,
in
you require 40.
the area of Waltham Abbey is cheering him on today.
Game shot on the fourth
And they'll
leg.
be cheering
Steve
that,
West.
a 3-1 lead. He's on the cusp of 12 points in the table.
And topping the table.
Fifth leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
And look at that compass on the back of his shirt. He's not lost at the minute. He is firmly on track.
90.
I brought up something yesterday, Mace, about players who had not won a PDC title
140.
at the top level. Challenge tours and development tours, they don't count in this argument. But who for you springs to mind
58.
in that bracket?
The ones that have never won one. Well, certainly this man here. In terms of out-and-out quality,
140.
can't think of.
Wayne Jones for me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
58.
he's won on the challenge tour, hasn't he?
It just goes to prove that winning PDC titles at the top level isn't easy.
130.
You can get in touch with us if you feel like you've got an answer to that one.
Yeah, what's the best player ever to have won a
96.
PDC ranking
Steve,
title
you
of any
require
description?
91.
Here's one for you.
51.
Crystal Reyes.
That's a great shout. That is a great shout.
We can even look down the ranking list
95.
A little bit later on when
Stevie
Steve
required
West
40.
plays Andy Bolton, because neither of them have got a senior
Game,
title.
Shot. And a
But
match,
what Steve West has right now is a key 4 legs to 1 win against Barry Van Peer. He repeats what he did yesterday by beating Berry, and that now takes him to the top of the table. Look at that display. Average over 100, 57% on the doubles, and it looks like there's plenty of petrol in the tank as well. Looking good for Westy. How will Jerome Mioch respond against Andy Bolton next? Stay with us to find out.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve West is looking in the right direction now as far as Group A is concerned. He goes top of the table on 12 points after getting the better of Barry Van Peer by 4 legs to 1. Well, Jerome Mioch can join him on that mark. If he can get the better of Andy Bolton, well, this group is detaching between the top 4 and bottom 2. Watching this one in the commentary box, here's Chris and here's Paul.
Yes, let's conclude round 3 for Tuesday already. It has been rapid today. Really intriguing as well. Especially now that Steve West is at the top of the tree for now. But because Jerome Mioch has a superior leg difference,
First leg, it's Jerome to throw
he beats
first.
Andy Bolton and
Game
keeps
on.
him on 2 points. It means that Jerome will find his way back to the top, courtesy of this fixture. But it's been an up and down day for Jerome so
50.
far. Beating Rhys Robinson in that 3rd game of the day. That looks a bit more impressive now, doesn't it, considering what Rhys has done since then?
Absolutely. These two had
42.
a tight game yesterday. In fact, it was one of Andy's better performances. Even in defeat, he averaged 94.04.
60.
Jerome winning 4-2 with an 89.49. Couple of 180s from Bolton. One from Mioch. Andy was reduced to just 4 darts at a
134.
double.
Quite often that will get the job done.
Well, yesterday Andy was the 4-9 favourite for this tie.
93.
Today, Jerome's 11 to 10, and they've still gone 4 to 6 Andy Bolton.
Can you explain why they would think that?
140.
For a player that had just won his week, was top of the table overnight, no, I can't. But
48.
like always, they get it wrong, but get it right.
Maybe they've got Biff Tannen's Sports Almanac in their back pocket.
131.
That's handy from Andy. Jerome is possibly going to lose his throw in the first leg.
100.
Do you like that shot?
Andy
65,
required
33,
54.
32. Were you a fan?
I like it because I like double 16.
34.
Well, opportunity
Jerome
knocks here for
required
Jerome. It's a
50.
hard ask.
One thing, he won't be going for 3 balls.
No, he won't.
92. Andy required 20.
Double 10 again. The favoured double of Tuesday.
Aim
And
shot
right
the
in the
first
corner.
leg, Andy Bolton.
Oh, that initial break of throw in 16 darts. Just wonder when
Second leg is Andy to throw first. Game
this
on.
marathon of a fortnight is going to catch up with Jerome Mioch.
If he was not a young, sprightly 26-year-old, I would say around about today or tomorrow. But I
46.
think he might be okay.
Well, I remember when John Henderson won a week 12. That was in Series 3, I think.
60.
I saw him on the Saturday night when he'd won his week. And then we said to him, oh, by the way, you're back on Monday. And he just looked
100.
out on his feet. And we all said to him, do nothing tomorrow.
Was that the week he lost to Lucas? No, it was...
95.
Oh, it must have been Series 2 then. Because he won week 12. Then he played in the Champions Week.
That's right.
And then in Series
59.
Series 3, he lost to Lucas
Venig in the final.
And then Lucas chose to go to a Pro Tour, where he won exactly nothing.
96.
Them's the breaks.
Jason Had wasn't his decision. It was the decision of his management team. Why on earth do you turn down the opportunity to
100.
win £20,000 in a field of 12? Or go to the Pro Tour with a field of the sports elite?
180.
Speaking of elite, that's what they're all aiming to do.
Well, he might not do your 350 and 6, but he might do your 250 and 6. Might do it in
96.
Are you
fives.
haggling with me, Mason?
Jerome, you require 70.
I'm having a trade-off with you, Nico.
I'll take that trade. Jerome will take that trade. Oh,
Game shot on the
I'm not
second
sure how
leg,
it went
Jerome
in,
Mioch.
but it did.
And an instant break back. Talking of trade-offs and darts top
Third
trumps,
leg is Jerome to throw
I've
first.
thought of one.
Game on.
A player, and it has to be said, one of the... Well, he's a top 32 player that
140.
hasn't won a senior PDC title. Is he top 32? I might have to check. Martin Schindler.
Yes. Currently 24th in the world.
137.
If you think that's good.
You're not going to trump me.
There are only 2 players in the top 32 in the world who do not
59.
have a senior PDC title. And the other one is ranked slightly higher than Martin.
No, you've done me.
95.
He's also German.
Big Gabe. Yeah, that's right. He's made multiple finals, hasn't he?
Isn't that amazing that you can be so highly ranked at number 20 in the
123.
world and you don't have a title? Everybody else around you's got one.
I should imagine the vast majority of those behind him in the rankings have got one or multiple ones.
Well, you have to go to number 33 in the world for the next person who does not have a PDC ranking title.
59.
And that is Alan Souter of Scotland. It's a bit more frequent once you get outside the top 32, but when it comes to here,
68.
everybody wants their name engraved on that trophy. To join Littler, to join Raymond Smith and Conan Whitehead.
138.
Littler wants his name on the trophy again.
111.
My six feel quite good now. Paul.
Double 16.
79.
I've only got 5.
Andy, you require
Yeah, but-
72.
That one particular one trumps my 14 in total in BDO and PDC.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Bolton.
It's another break of throw. Can he take advantage of it this time by holding in leg 4?
It's another one in 15 as well.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
And
what-
Jerome got it wrong. He
What's
thought it
your-
was his throw.
What's your favourite non-ranking title that you've won?
That's a really good question.
100.
The DPA titles count.
They're ranking, aren't they?
140.
In a way, yes, they are. Can you come back to me on that one? I just need to think about it. I won the Central Highlands Open in Ballarat in Victoria
100.
when it was about 45 degrees. That was a really good win. I beat my friend Tony Crampton in the final. But from a story perspective, what a lot of people
131.
don't know is that the week before I won the Players' Championship Finals at Circus Tavern, I won a local tournament in Birmingham. And I beat Colin Osborne in the final. And we both made the last 4.
121.
Wow.
That was a tournament that Jamie Caven invited me to go and stay at his house for a couple of days as a warm-up for that tournament at the Circus Tavern. If I hadn't won that one, I'm pretty sure that my confidence wouldn't have been so high.
140.
So maybe that one. And I'm sure Mac Elkin was there that day with some people like Mark Hilton, Colin
Yeah.
Osborne, Jamie Caven. There were quite a lot of people there.
I can sort of narrow down mine down to 4, and they're all for different reasons, really. Somerset Open was
100.
the one where I went
Jerome, you require
10,
90.
11, 10 in a best of 5. And Justin Pipe was on a board next to me, and he just stopped playing. Talking of long points, Justin Pipe loved a long point.
Didn't he just? Oh, it's
Game
another
shot on the
one.
fourth leg.
It's a
Jerome
break
Neal.
fest here.
That one's in 12, Nico.
This is a good game of darts. Both averaging mid-90s, both doubling well.
Fifth leg, it's Jerome to
And
throw
again.
first. Game on.
They're both getting it wrong.
Both second-guessing themselves. Another one was the Carmarthen Open, because I beat a world champion in the final, but less on that. Cheshire Open was a massive
59.
one. I beat Tony O'Shea in the final with a 105 average. But probably the cream of non-ranked Opens, the Portland Masters, because it was a
59.
cross-code event. And
Oh,
everybody was there.
up in Inverness.
Yeah. Gordy Morrison's tournament.
Speaking of which, that
Yeah.
tournament is having its
84.
25th anniversary this month, now that it is August. And this guy hasn't just won the Portland Open before, he's defended it.
78.
I'm not even sure if anybody has done that before.
$84.
Yeah, quite a few people who have played here at the MODUS Super Series have won that title up in Inverness. Robert Thornton, Mark Webster,
98.
Colin Lloyd and Andy
88.
Jenkins have won the pairs there. Obviously, Chris Mason has won that title. 274 is shrinking.
140.
It could be unknown territory here in game number 9. We might even have a hold of throw in our midst.
100. Jerome, you require
He's
134.
got time as well. Doesn't have to go the fancy routes. That hasn't worked out well
24.
at all. You can see how irritated he was by that visit, by the way he yanked the darts away from the sisal.
84. Jerome, you require 110.
Now things are a bit trickier. Double 18
74.
almost fixes the
Andy, you
situation, and
require
Bolton
92.
could give us break 5.
Of 5. 17. Right, he's going to have to move around because he wants the ball. It's a
67.
tremendous effort.
Jerome, you require
Didn't get much
36.
closer. It was his flight that was covering the bullseye.
18.
He's had his chance. He really has.
Andy, you require 25.
From 1-3-4, he's had 9 darts. He's handed this leg to Bolton on a plate. But
9.
Andy can't take it. It's almost as if holding
Jerome, you
throw
require
is a real
18.
trial. Can he do it?
Game
Yes.
shot on the 5th leg.
First
Jerome
hold
Mioch.
of the match. And now Mioch has a chance to win it.
In the longest leg of the match by some margin.
6th leg is
Opening
Andy
leg.
to throw first.
And Andy
Game
Bolton
on.
break in 16. Then the break back for Jerome in 15. The break back for Andy in 15. Then a 12. Break a throw for Jerome, followed by a 23
96.
dart. It may well be the most important leg of the match.
That's the dart he's looking for. He can attack his own flight with that.
140.
Look what happens when he gets it. Everything stays in rhythm. Everything's positive. And Bolton could be still on 2 points
87.
after 8 rounds of play here in Group 8 in Champions Week. He's got Steve West and Luke Littler to come. So he could affect, in a positive way, what happens to
51.
Jerome by the end of Tuesday. But before we even get to that, he could make Mioch squirm.
100.
Yeah, how much damage will Bolton and Barry Van Peer do tomorrow in a spoiler roll? Well, Nico,
180.
nearly 250 in 6. Maybe he's going to do the 310 in 6 with the baby fish finish.
134. Jerome, you
This
require
would be some
130.
climax to what's been a very unpredictable game, but it's not going to happen.
Cancel that.
90.
Good recovery.
Andy, you require 84.
For another hold of throw. Is that too close?
72.
Maybe it was.
Yep. We could hear it. couldn't
Jerome,
you?
you require 40.
Tops for the win in
Game,
13.
shot, and a match,
Tops he gets,
Jerome
and
Mioch.
Mioch goes back to the top of the table with that double tops. He is on 12 points plus 10, an average of 91.12, 89.30 for Andy Bolton. A very, very entertaining game of darts, and we could well get another one. Up next, Barry Van Peer against Rhys Robinson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jerome Mioch get the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2. So we have played 3 rounds of fixtures now on Tuesday at the Super Series. This is how everything has gone thus far. Interestingly, it's pretty much gone with the throw thus far. Only a couple of games going against it. So this is how the grain looks as far as the league table is concerned. Jerome Mioch and Steve West both tied on 12 points. Little and Robinson on 10. And Reece Robinson's got the opportunity to move on to 12 now. He takes on Barry Van Peer, looking to pick up his second win of the day. Here's Chris, here's Paul to talk you through the action.
Thanks, Henry. We are very much looking forward to the next couple of rounds of fixtures to see where people are pitched for their Wednesday effort. As far as Berry's concerned, he is now 10 points behind the top 2 players, who are Jerome Mioch and Steve West. Luke Littler and Reece Robinson on the tail of the 2 at the top.
First leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
Let's see what Berry can enforce in this game with the darts, because like Henry mentioned, most of the games today have gone with throw. 7 out of 9.
140.
It'll be fascinating to see what kind of Reece Robinson turns up in this one, because so far today he's been splendid.
58.
Especially in the scoring department, he's been flamboyant. He's been confident. The one question mark over him in the last couple of days has been, can he do it in rounds 4 and 5? Over to you, Reece.
140.
When they played yesterday, it was 4-3 to Robinson. It was a great game of darts.
57.
Both averaging over 91. Doubles were exceptional from Reece as well. 4 hits from 5.
58.
But it was in round 2. Tends to be where Reece excels. And it was at a point where Berry was getting a little bit frustrated with his own game.
140.
That's good. But Berry's already on a 2-darter.
64.
There's one of them. Double 4.
60.
Is not found.
Reece, you require 105.
Giving Robinson a chance. Now, which way is he going to go? That leaves 95. He went for the bull because 25 leaves 2 double tops.
47. Berry, you
Very
require
consistent, considering what he's done today so far.
4. Game
That's a
shot
lovely
the
dart
first
from
leg.
Berry to
Berry
take
Van
the first
Peer.
leg. In 17 darts.
Well, before the off this morning,
Second leg, it's Reece to
Nico,
throw first.
Barry
Game
Van
on.
Peer was 8-13 to win this one. Reece Robinson was 6-5.
140.
Confused. Dot whatever.
I don't get that
41.
at all. And you and I are both dart players. We understand the complexities of playing multiple games in a day.
50.
But maybe they know, because Berry's starting to push forward. He
145.
did get his first win of the group against Andy Bolton in game 1 today, so he will feel a bit more chipper. But since then, he has lost twice.
60.
There's something missing from this game already for Sugar. And it's not Sugar.
No, it's a little bit
96.
salty.
122.
Good use of the 51. Gets him down to a finish. And he's got company.
140. Reece, you require 129.
This is another one of those finishes where you can get a bit frisky, but not anymore.
64.
We saw plenty
Berry
of breaks
requires
of throw in the
79.
previous match, where a Dutchman did prevail. Does Berry prevail on tops?
59. Reece, you require 65.
Well, this time, on 65, it was the 25 effort.
33.
It's just getting a bit more ragged all of a sudden.
Berry require 20.
What we seen yesterday. It's just coming a little bit later today, so maybe by the time we get to tomorrow, we'll have it sorted.
Well, this is harder than that double 15 he hit earlier.
Yeah, he's
I'm going to say he doesn't hit this.
for a right-hander to go all the way left.
10.
Well, he was that far
Rishi
left.
require
He was in front of
32.
the camera trying to get the shot.
Nothing in the way of double 16.
Game shot on the second
Double eight is
leg.
found.
Reece
That's a
Robinson.
fortuitous leg there for Reece.
Yeah, 20 dart hold.
Now let's look at the leg difference of these top
Third leg,
four
it's
then.
Berry to throw first. Game on.
It's plus 10 for Miak. It's plus 7 for West. They've got 12 points. Littler on 10 points has got plus 10 as
140.
well. He's got that in his favour when he plays Jerome Miak next, because not only is he going to swell his leg difference if he beats
92.
Jerome, but he will deplete that of Miak as well.
Yep.
But Robinson needs to keep pace points-wise
100.
because he's got only plus 1.
Yeah, the lowest of
180.
tops in. Is that a 15th, Nico?
It is. I don't really want to
60.
say it. I feel like I'm going to scare the record books. If he'd have hit that one, I would have
121.
mentioned it, but I'll save it for now. But he's definitely picking up the pace. And for some players,
96.
when they don't have
Rishi require 108.
as good an engine as some others, they tend to change something just to refresh themselves. And I don't mind that.
52. Berry require 105.
Earlier in the match, Reece went for the bull on this shot.
Yeah, I don't mind that. 25 tops. Bull 15 tops.
85.
Remember beating
Rishi
bull
require
15 bull?
56.
Oh, yeah. That was particularly saucy. Double top.
Game
Oh, that's
shot on the
wonderful
third
from
leg.
Robinson.
Reece
He has
Robinson.
weathered the storm and now takes the lead to confine the pain.
And that bull
Fourth leg,
15
it's
bull
Reece to
was
throw
ahead of
first.
its time.
Game on.
Wasn't it just like he was? We are approaching a period in history where 90s clothing and 90s music are back in fashion.
60.
So how long is it going to be before we have someone back at the MODUS Super Series rocking a white polyester shirt with a mullet and a moustache?
140.
Make it happen, everybody.
Oh, that's brilliant.
You've seen all the fashionable young ladies these days, and they think they're great with their
57.
cargo trousers, their big trainers, and you think
Old art.
they just look like they're from a member of All Saints.
100.
Seen it all before.
Fashion comes round. You only got to look at Henry.
44.
That's something we could do. If we have one of our weeks in Series 5, we've got to tell the players to wear vintage dart shirts. You know, the kind that Bobby
77.
George would wear in 1980.
Oh, they'll be melting up there.
No, and Bobby, they were probably made of cashmere.
60.
Oh, look at those 3 dots magnetized together.
And that's a perfect example of why he hits so many 180s. Once he gets one in, his grouping is
134.
exceptional.
Can't exactly miss those flights, can you? They are fairly bright.
100. Berry require 50.
They're as bright as a cagoule. If you know what one of those is, by the way.
Game
And that's
shot on
an
the fourth
equaliser
leg.
for Berry.
Van Peer.
Yeah, very tidy. 15 dart break back. Is he just starting to
Fifth leg, it's Berry to throw
find his
first.
mojo?
Game on.
Now, Reece is rubbing his belly there as if to say he's hungry. Should be hungry for legs. It is something that you
100.
have to program very well at certain points of this week. if you play in Group A, you start at 9:30 in the morning. So for me, the breakfast has to be plentiful to last you a
100.
while. And then something has to be taken on board around, say, the end of round 2 or the
78.
middle part of round 3, just to re-energise you. I was talking to a lot of dart players in Blackpool about why tennis players
41.
have 3 different drinks courtside. One for hydration, one for electrolytes, one for glucose, just in case they need
133.
an extra energy hit. In darts, you've got to do some similar stuff just to make sure that you've got the right energy levels for a period of 5 to 6 hours.
94.
I'm starting to see that from a few of the players backstage. Protein, complex
46.
carbs. Like you say, something for the sugar levels that you lose in sweat.
Well, we had dinner with Getter and Price a
58.
couple of weeks
Berry
ago.
require
He was eating
144.
Pomodoro pasta with chicken. No cheese.
Correct.
Then from the best.
128.
And he's one of the best. If Robinson was to lose this match, it would be bad
52.
news.
Berry require
He's got Steve
16.
West to finish his day.
When you think about it, pasta for your carbs, which turns into energy. Protein from the
No
chicken.
score. Rishi
Well,
require
unless Robinson can
156.
pull out one of his specials. If it was 140, it'd be nailed on.
It's not as if he's going to go another route, because there's only one route for 156, and this is it. Oh,
Game shot on the 5th leg. Reece
my
Robinson.
word. That changes everything.
6th leg, it's Reece
Look
to
at
throw
the
first.
expression of Van Peer.
Come on.
That one was like a dagger to the ribs.
Yeah, that was smart. Well, the current... Oh, I was just going to say, the current 180 record is
100.
18, isn't it? From Scott Walters.
I remember that day. He went bananas.
I remember
54.
Connor Scott. He's just messaged me and he said, I can't remember if down at the old venue, whether it was his was 16 or 18.
180.
We are reliably informed that Scott Walters is on his own at 18.
Well, there you go,
But it
Connor.
might not be for long.
180.
Does Robinson get another to make it 3 in a row? He
81.
doesn't. But what's most important to him right now is getting the win, courtesy of that 156, which is the biggest finish of the
100.
week so
Rishi
far.
require 140.
He's got the 60.
100.
he's got the setup.
Berry require 167.
Can he respond? He fancied that one.
139.
To get him back for that 156 that
require
really
40.
hurt. But it's Robinson who has created this chance for himself. Is that flight in the way?
Game.
It
shot,
wasn't in the
and
end.
match.
That's a great
Reece
dart
Robinson.
to get a 4-2 win. He goes to 12 points alongside Miok and West. And now the pressure is on Luke Littler, who plays in the next game. And if he doesn't win, all of a sudden there's going to be a 4-point gap at the top of the table. But that Reece Robinson display, winning with an 84 average, but look at that 156. That changed everything about that game. When we come back, it is Littler and Miok.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Reece Robinson get the better of Berry Van Peer by 4 legs to 2. Right, big game coming up at the top of the table as Luke Littler takes on Jerome Mioch. Right, the boys in the box were mentioning the 1990s. Now, Luke Littler was born in the year 2007. It was the year the iPhone was released in the United States. Gordon Brown became Prime Minister of the UK. And Rihanna's song Umbrella spent 11 weeks at the top of the UK charts. And to be fair, chaps, it's quite apt in this weather.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly need a big one. Big fan of Rhiannon.
First leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
I didn't put you down as a Rihanna fan.
There you go.
Well, I think we need to add Luke Littler to our quiz team because when it comes to modern music, he
55.
probably knows more than we do. But it is a different stem again. He's gone to the white ones this time. Up against Jerome Mioch, who is at the top of the table on points and leg difference equally with Littler
96.
in that department. But Luke is 2 points behind. And if he loses this game, he'll find himself 4 points behind with a round to go on day 2.
100.
Are you concerned about the tweaking? Although I'm pretty sure it's the same stem, just a different colour.
That's what it seems like to me.
100.
Looks like the same composite.
Maybe he's looking for a different look visually.
Some people do use the stem for alignment in front of their dominant
100.
Yep.
eye. Not that the dart is in front of his eye for very long.
100.
These ones seem to work pretty well.
180. Jerome, you
Both
require
players
121.
maxing it in the opening leg. Ball.
96.
Great effort.
Luke, you require 70.
Down for the 10s. Flatty.
50.
Well, that one actually
Jerome, you
landed
require
underneath
25.
the point after going above it.
There's a big breaker throw opportunity for Jerome. Double 4, other side of the board.
Game
Wow.
shot on the first leg.
Great dart
Jerome
under
Mioch.
pressure.
Well said, Mace. You said something to me earlier about the development
Second
of
leg, it's Jerome to throw
Mioch. When he
first.
was first
Game
here,
on.
it was at the end of 2022. I didn't know a great deal about him at all.
Ditto.
But this year, he's not only made his debut on the European tour, but
100.
he's played in a few different arenas. And you think that we are starting to see his game evolve?
Yeah, I think we're
140.
seeing the potential come to fruition in front of our very eyes, and we're watching him develop and grow as a player.
96.
I honestly believe that I thought this would, even though I was highly impressed with how he came through last week and especially Saturday night, but
43.
I wasn't sure, not necessarily the ability, but maybe the experience in this field to handle the
41.
different dynamics of the players. But he's not just holding his own, he will be top of the table as he was overnight if he can win his final 2 matches today.
134.
He has this one and a match against Berry Van Peer to play.
100.
Somewhat advantage Littler here, even though he's not on a finish. Having
84.
said that, we wouldn't put anything
Jerome, you require
beyond
164.
a player now that we've seen that 156 from Reece Robinson. Over to you, Jerome.
139. Luke, you
Again.
require 100.
Well, Luke's been doing this with some regularity. And it's on again here. Little adjustment.
80.
Oh, just a little bit too much.
Jerome, you require 25.
25. Ooh, that was close to 27, wasn't it? Can he use that fortune?
Game
Oh,
shot on
and that's
the
right in
second
the
leg.
corner.
Jerome
That is
Mioch.
probably the messiest 25 checkout you'll ever see with 2 darts. He's got every right to feel a little bit relieved
Third leg is Luke to
that
throw
he
first.
won that second
Game
leg.
on.
But I've got a point to make about Littler. We've got players coming in on Thursday. Are they hoping that
96.
Littler wins this group because they don't want him to be in their group?
not sure in a shorter format group, and I mean the fact that it's going to be played over the course of 2 days. And Group B, of course, only has 5 players in it, with 3 going through.
100.
I'm not sure. I mean, the kind of form Reece Robinson's in, and obviously there's fewer matches in Group B. It's
55.
You make a great point. And some players have said in the past,
41.
and they're very honest about what doesn't suit them. Jelle Klaassen has said, even when he won his week, hates playing Group A.
yeah.
Hates it. Much rather play Group B.
58.
Doesn't mind Group C because it's a little bit later in the day now.
I mean, there is a few players that haven't responded well from having the
140.
Thursday and Friday off, having won the Group A. Because if you play the Group B, of course, Saturday night played on the night, obviously not as late as Group B, which starts at 10 o'clock.
100. Luke, you
To mark
require
your card, Thursday and
124.
Friday night. Group C starts at 1 p.m. Thursday and Friday afternoon. That's a long, long way off.
49. Jerome, you require
This is for
108.
3-0. And don't forget, Jerome beat Luke yesterday. He's going for the double.
92. Luke, you require
Set it up
75.
beautifully, Nico.
How beautiful can this be? It's almost like
Game
he
shot on the
meant
third
to go
leg,
for the
Luke
54
Littler.
there for double 2, but as it turns out, double top does get hit without delay.
Fourth
now
leg, it's
2-1.
Jerome to throw first. Game
I'm going to
on.
be disappointed there not to have won that leg, having hit a max in it.
95.
It was 4 legs to 2 yesterday for Miok. Averages are very similar.
140.
The one thing that won it for Jerome, though, doubling. 4 hits from 6.
99.
I can't wait to get to this arena in the morning to crunch the numbers, to see the running averages, to see the doubles percentages for the day. And then on a
93.
Wednesday, we can compare what they do on Monday and what they do on Tuesday to see if there are any trends. You'll have to tune in tomorrow to find out what those trends are.
134.
But one thing we can tell you is that it's your own Miok who won week 12, who is in the driving seat of Group A at the minute.
125.
The destiny of it is in his hands, albeit just past the halfway point.
82. Luke, you require 143.
This is a hard out, one of the hardest on the dartboard. It's too hard for Luke on this
79.
occasion. That's a really interesting switch.
Jerome, you require 91.
Treble 13 switch. You don't see that very often.
Well, he went the aggressive
51.
route there.
Luke, you require 64.
Did have the option of going for the ball.
Didn't mean that one.
Double 16. 32 leaves 32.
32.
That one really caught him
Jerome,
off
you
guard.
require
Yeah.
40.
I think he wanted to really ensure he got the single 8 for tops. Are we going to see another double 10 hit from an angle? There's your answer.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
3-1.
Jerome Miok.
Now, the averages are very, very similar to yesterday's game. Littler is befuddled. He just can't seem
Fifth leg,
to
it's Luke to throw
solve the
first.
riddle
Game on.
of Jerome. Those averages, there they are. With 3 maximums in the game as well. It's not a bad game at all.
58.
Jerome's had 8 darts at a double. 5 for Littler.
96.
So it's roles reversed from yesterday.
Well, what Jerome's doing is just he's just frustrating Luke at the
80.
moment. He's not doing anything incredible. What he's doing is just staying straight, staying solid, and forcing Littler
42.
to find another gear, which doesn't seem to be there right now.
$100.
With some talents, we've been very fortunate to even see them before they make it to the tour. Think about someone like Connor Scott.
96.
We had him for a matter of months.
And what an impression he made. There was no shock to us that he went on to get his card. Here we go.
And he's going to get a card as well.
140.
Yep.
By the end of the year. It's not mathematically certain, but it's very likely.
Yeah.
And as far as European Q school is
100.
concerned,
Luke Uruguay, 123.
watch out for this Dutch guy now.
Leo takes so much confidence from his performances here.
98. Jerome Uruguay,
He'll take a lot of confidence
167.
into the final round of matches if he hits this.
57. Luke Uruguay,
Can't get over how
25.
tall those darts are. Double 10. The
Game
Michael
shot on the
Smith
fifth
route,
leg,
or should
Luke
we say the
Littler.
James Wade route as well. I don't think we can hang someone's name on that route. But it is
Sixth
becoming
leg is
more
Jerome to
popular than
throw
ever.
first. Game on.
This is the leg, isn't it? He can put his foot down.
140.
There might be nothing that Littler can do about this.
Way better 140 than it looked. And that's a bit special.
180.
But then again, if he hits a 9, there's nothing Miok can do about it. Now, how many times has he done that now? Where his opponent's hit a max and he's backed it up.
Very reactive player.
96.
It's in his hands. 2 visits at 181.
Just imagine your confidence swelling a little bit more
98.
if you can beat the best young player in the world twice in 2 days.
123. Jerome Uruguay, 83.
Finish this game in 6 legs in 4 visits.
And on the ball.
Got a match
40.
start.
Luke Uruguay, 102.
Which route does Littler want? He went for the 60 for double 11.
65.
I'm not surprised that he
Jerome
did that,
Uruguay,
actually.
43.
Especially with dart 1 blocking out tops.
Double 16. To be top on 14 points and 4 points ahead of Littler.
Game, shot.
That's what he
and a
gets.
match.
And he's now
Jerome
2
Miok.
points ahead of West and Robinson as well. Admittedly, Steve West has got a game to spare, and it does come next. But look at that impressive display from Miok. He doesn't have the best average. He does have the best checkered percentage again against Littler for the second day in succession, though. That was very entertaining. That spare game for West comes next against Andy Bolton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jerome Mioch defeat Luke Littler for the second day in succession by 4 legs to 2. It's a 2-1 outsider in that match, but he goes and claims the win against the noob. Right, next up for us, it is Steve West up against Andy Bolton. West, who can move himself now on to 14 points with victory. It's an England-Scotland battle, as watched by Chris and Paul.
We're not going to get tribal in the commentary box here. We are firmly sitting on the fence, watching this from a height and still wondering what will happen next. We have got a 4-horse race for the top spot in Group A over the next day and a bit.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game
But
on.
what will be the next chapter? Because Jerome Mioch is looking for back-to-back Group A wins after winning Group A last week.
95.
Is he going to do it in Champions Week? People are trying to catch him now. And with a game in hand, Steve West, who is on 12 points right now, can't catch him at the top spot,
100.
but can get very close.
Certainly can.
100.
What do you make of the chances of Littler now? Because if West wins and confines Bolton to his 4th defeat of 4 today, it would mean that
43.
Littler is 4 points behind 2 players. And still 2 points behind Reece Robinson, who has looked very dangerous.
171.
It's a must-win game. This is the final match of our 9th cycle of games over the course of 2 days.
140. Steve
Luke Littler will play the
135.
final match of the session against Andy Bolton, and it's a must-win for me.
Going bullseye there with Andy on 218. Do you agree with that?
51.
No, and he probably, after hearing the 140 go in, was probably thinking that Bolton was on a finish and didn't even look. I think that's why we see a lot of players. They don't like the distraction. They know what they want, and they presume, well, he's got to be on a finish.
48. Stevie require
Especially in Champions
84.
Week.
Yeah.
84 then. He's going for the ball.
39.
Last 6 starts
Andy
have been
Require,
a
170.
little bit untidy.
Yeah, 90 scored in 6, Paul. After a beautiful 171.
105.
It does like tops, so it should be a single
Stevie
5.
require 45.
All will be forgiven if he can complete this. There's the 5.
Game
gets
shot
the
on the first
10s.
leg. Steve West.
I like what I see from Steve this week because
Second leg
yesterday,
is Andy to throw
he,
first.
just like Reece
Game on.
Robinson, was starting to tail off yesterday, maybe for different reasons. Maybe his hip was starting to hurt a little bit more by the end of the day. But
60.
I think he's looked really energised and motivated here this week. We know that it's easy to say that he should feel that way, but he's a human being. He looks pretty good to me.
100.
Yeah, he looks a lot more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. I suppose you've got to think with all the travelling involved on the Sunday.
180.
And then a very, very early start yesterday. I suppose you just got to... Takes a day just to get into the swing of
100.
things. But we've definitely seen Reece Robinson tire yesterday.
And he's never been the kind of player
59.
to tire by the end of a session. He's always had that good staying power, even at the age of 50.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't get too
83.
emotionally invested. He just goes about his business quietly.
I was talking about this very subject with a few elite players recently. It's about
100.
managing the energy throughout a contest, not throwing everything at the first few legs of a contest and then finding yourself with an adrenaline
Four.
dump.
Well, I think we had this same
Andy
conversation
Require,
with Luke
102.
Humphries about conserving those adrenaline levels.
Game shot on the second leg.
Energy
Andy
conservation,
Bolton.
that's what we called it. But it's 1-1 here, courtesy of that ton plus checkout from Andy. Nice tidy
Third
1 or
leg, it's
2,
Steve
that
to
one.
throw first.
Well,
Game on.
in that match that Luke lost, he got involved, didn't he? Ross Smith as well. He was another example.
45.
He played lovely early, and then there was massive releases of adrenaline, and he just had nothing left.
I think playing long format darts akin to
59.
best of 31 legs. So different to playing best of 11 or best of 7.
Yeah, night and day. Like comparing apples and oranges. You go through so many different
100.
emotions, and again, the adrenaline will keep you mentally sharp.
Well, why do they have the semi-finals and final of the 100 metres on the same evening or the same day, but they never have the semi-finals of the
100.
10,000 metres and the final of the 10,000 metres on the same day? Because they're two very different disciplines.
Exactly.
That's what makes
60.
winning the Grand Slam even more impressive, because you've got to play two big best of 31 games in the same day.
I'm amazed they've never changed that, because you're never going to get. I mean, you will from time to time, but as a rule,
60.
the final's going to be about who's got what left, not who's the best player at that time.
We were talking a little bit earlier on
100.
as Steve West gets what I like to call the gatekeeper ton there, because that third dart had absolutely no right to find that 60. He may be a magician, but best players not to have won a PDC
96.
title at the top level, neither of these guys have, even though they've been around for a while and done great things and won titles elsewhere. But Steve West, for me, would be near the top of the all-time list of players who have
45.
not won a PDC title.
For sure.
You
60.
came up with a name a little bit
Stevie
earlier on, didn't you?
Require 151.
Someone who hasn't won a PDC title but has been at the thick end of other tournaments.
63.
Yeah, Jermaine Motamina.
Andy Require 126.
Yeah, that's another one. When you think how regularly he's qualified for the big majors.
This goes to show they're not easy to grasp. Just like
31.
these
Stevie
titles
Require
this week.
88.
Only 3 winners and nobody's defended it yet. Bullseye for Westy.
63.
Another dart where the line is
Andy
perfect and
Require
just over
95.
pitched.
Big moment for Bolton here to get a breaker throw and lead 2-1. And he's
Game
got
shot
it.
on the third leg. Andy Bolton.
Or are we beginning to see a little bit of fatigue with Steve? 'Cause that was
Fourth
only
leg,
a
it's Andy
20
to throw
darter.
first. Game on.
Henry was talking about the age of Luke Littler in the previous game and how things happened in 2007 when he was born. I still can't get my head around that.
60.
But just to signify my age, and you're going to get this one, miss. But if you look at Andy Bolton's shirt with the X's on it, it reminds me of that portion of a
55.
game show in Family Fortunes or Family Feud in North America, if you're watching, where you get the wrong answer.
Well, back in 2007, I got to the final of a Players' Championship in the Netherlands.
58.
Players' Championship Netherlands 1. I'm not sure how that worked out, but there you go. Wayne Atwood 3-0. Martin Turner, we know very well, 3-0. Danny Pinhor.
140.
He's from round here. Danny Pinhorn, he's from Hampshire. And his young lad's a good player now.
Ronnie Baxter, last 32. James Wade, last 16. Dennis Priestley in the quarters.
136.
Tabron, 3-0 in the semis. And be of no shock, Taylor, 3-0 in the final. The wrong end.
139.
Steve West knows how to beat Phil Taylor. He's done it at the World Grand Prix. And he's beaten Michael van Gerwen at the European Championship as
99.
well.
Stevie Require.
Two of the best wins of his
167.
career. And arguably beating those guys at 2 of their favourite tournaments as well.
139.
Taylor was masterful at the
Andy
double
Require,
star.
148.
And as for MVG at the European Championship. Fabulous response here from Steve.
That tournament average for Taylor in the European still a record, isn't it? His tournament
116.
average.
Steve, you require
Absolutely.
2009 in Hofdorp, I think it's called.
Game
We've
shot
got
the
a
fourth
2-2
leg,
game here,
Steve
but
West.
we were there in the Netherlands in 2009, and we just said, who's coming second then? That game against Anderson in the quarters, it will live in infamy, and there's no footage of it.
Fifth
No.
leg,
Because
it's
it wasn't
Steve
even on
to throw
TV.
First. Game on.
I've written articles about it, spoken about it at length. That kind of tournament dominance will never be felt again, not for me.
180.
Unless somebody goes completely bananas at something like this.
57.
Come on, Steve. Yesterday, you got yourself on a 9 against Andy. He's on it again. Was the dart comfortable in his hand on dart 6? I'm not sure it was. There was a little bit of a fiddle there.
$59.
Well, look on the bright side. He's got his throwback, and he's got a monstrous lead. His
96.
ideal scenario by the end of the day is 16 points. And regardless of what Jeroen Mierk does, if he does that,
98. Stevie require
he's
100.
going to be in a superb position come the last day of Group A. Double top. 12 dart
Game shot on
leg
the
for
fifth leg,
3-2.
Steve
World
West.
class from Westy.
It's been some response, Nico, from going
Sixth
2-1
leg is Andy to throw
behind.
first. Game on.
He's won the next 2 legs in 26 darts to lead 3-2.
89.
I hate to bring it up, but one of our favourite comedy characters says that they've still got it. And I think Westy's still got it as well.
140. $60.
There's a lack of exasperation from Bolton because he knows his fate in this group.
Yeah, that European Championships in
140.
2008, where Taylor had that remarkable tournament average.
140.
He had 106 in round 1, 114 in round 2, 103.3 in the quarters, 113.3 in the semi-finals, and 104.3 in the final. I think his tournament average is nearly 109.
I'm trying to figure out when was the first time that he averaged less than 100 in the European Championship. Do you remember the first person to beat him in the European Championship?
No.
Brendan Dolan
Yes.
in Mulheim.
Yep.
78.
That's some of that beautiful
Stevie
light,
require
isn't it? Or
130.
chandelier, should I say?
Speaking of beautiful, this would be beautiful for Steve. Bullseye.
Game.
And this
shot,
time he
and a
gets the
match.
ball.
Steve
A
West.
superb blitz from simply Steve West gets him to 14 points in the table. That average was climbing all the time throughout that match. And arguably his best shot came with his last 3 darts with that 130 checkout, as you can see. But overall, that was a really good display from the man who is in second place in the table now, only on leg difference. When we come back, it's the final round of Tuesday.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Steve West had the X factor, getting the better of Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 2. So 4 out of our 5 rounds for the day have been completed. These are the results from the matches we have seen so far. Right, those are the results. This is how the league table correlates following it. So Jerome Mioch and Steve West both tied on 14 points. Reese Robertson keeping close charge on 12. As for Mioch, well, he can put himself onto the sweet 16 points if he can get the better of Barry Van Peer. Right, watching this one is Paul and Chris.
Thanks, Henry. That was some performance at the back end of that match from Steve West. We were beginning to worry if it was just getting to that point of the day. However, from 2-1 down, over the course of the next 3 legs, seeing him win 4-2, he averaged
First leg, it's Jerome to throw first.
118.65,
Game
Nico.
on.
Legs of 14, 12 and 12.
Yeah, that's not bad. And as well as not being bad, that's encouraging.
Yeah, that's my highest
60.
ever set average in a World Championships.
Really?
Yeah, against John Part. That ridiculous
59.
match that I went on to lose, where I had a higher average, 1 more legs, and hit more 180s.
Darts here, isn't it fair?
134.
I have no idea what mine is. Haven't got a clue.
Well, because of the time, it was
140.
big news, you know. It did those kind of numbers.
Hasn't Gervin Price got the record when he won
140.
the final against Gary Anderson? He had a set there. It was something in the region of 34 darts.
Yeah.
126.
Well, Jerome is just moseying along, and it could be him setting the pace overnight. He's looking to go wire to wire again. That's what he did last week. He won Group A. He didn't lose on Saturday night. That's
93.
the ideal scenario for anybody who joins on Monday morning. If he wins by a big margin in this game,
Jerome
he's
requires
guaranteed
74.
to be top going into Wednesday.
You are correct, Nico. That set average from
Game shot on the first
Pricey,
leg.
just
Jerome
a
Mioch.
small matter of 132.6. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I don't think that set lasted
Second
long.
leg is Berry
Just
to
like that
throw
first
first.
leg and
Game
14
on.
darts from Jerome.
He is just growing and growing, Nico, as a player.
Oh, he is Dutch. He probably is growing. Probably hasn't reached
45.
his peak height yet. Because he's only about 6.5 foot tall. I once shared an elevator with Lady
60.
Gaga's bodyguard. He's Dutch. I got a sore neck from saying hello.
$58.
That was the Four Seasons Hotel in Sydney, where she booked an entire floor.
As you do.
100.
You might not be able to afford an entire floor at the Four Seasons if you win this week, but you might be able to afford yourself a little treat as well as a little bit invested in your future.
60.
Yeah, you're off on your travels, Nico, aren't you?
Yeah, everybody needs a break sometimes.
Sounds wonderful. Make sure you take plenty of pics.
121.
Might even do a bit of Rick Stein stuff, cooking by the river
58.
on an open fire.
Bit of fresh salmon straight out of the river.
Oh, it doesn't get much better than West Canadian salmon.
140.
Oh, that's beautiful from Mioch. Is there anything he can't do this week? Imagine the thought of 16 points going into Wednesday with the amount of confidence
60.
that is starting to
require
exude
80.
from this young Dutchman.
Well, by my reckoning, Nico, he's lost 2 games since last Wednesday.
That'll do anybody's confidence the world of good.
48.
You don't know how to lose.
It's a bit like the Oakland Athletics when they were on that sickening baseball run. There was a banner
90.
that said, "We may never
Jerome
lose
require
again."
32.
Bill Taylor's had
Game
spells
shot on the
like that.
second leg. Jerome Mioch.
This man's having spells like this at the moment. Averaging a ton, 2-0 up.
Well, if he replicates
Third
what
leg
he's
is
just
Jerome to
done,
throw first. Game
and he
on.
wins 4-0 against Berry here, not only will Berry's leg difference plummet again. But he would go to plus 16.
It can't be cool.
The best that West could do will be plus 13.
134.
Fixtures for tomorrow, we're going to leave that for then. We're not going to talk about that until tomorrow.
94.
Whoever wins this group, it certainly looks like it's going to go down to the wire tomorrow afternoon. Make sure you join us on 9:30. Make sure you subscribe and hit that alert bell. Also, welcome along to the thousands of you watching via your chosen bookmaker app. Don't forget, when the fun stops,
131.
And if you are tuning in from overseas, from the UK, please get in touch and let us know where you're watching from. We have had multiple tweets today from people from around the world.
36.
Literally all around the world.
Another. Leaves double 8.
Game shot on the third leg. Berry Vampire.
He's wondering, where's that been today?
Beautiful 12 dart break back.
Fourth leg, it's Berry to throw first.
Yesterday lacked
Game on.
a lot of ton plus finishes. Today we've had 120, 140, a 130, a 131, a 106, a 156, a 102, and now a 136 from Berry Vampire.
Finish of the day, that 156?
60.
In the context, absolutely, Nico.
Easy for us to go for the highest number. But based on where
85.
Rhys Robinson was in that game at the time of that hit, it changed the entire match.
Yep.
It might have a bearing on the entire group
60.
based
Absolutely.
on how he plays against Steve West next.
That will be our penultimate tie.
45.
Do you think there were many people out there earlier in Champions Week thinking, do you know what? After winning week 12, I'd give this guy a fighting chance of winning this group.
Well, at times, yeah, because he was in some very tidy averages.
57.
But sometimes players just are pretty one-paced, and that works. And for him, it works. He gives nothing away.
180.
Look at what he did to Conor Heenan in the final on Saturday night. He blitzed him.
It's that 98 plus
58.
average, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very
Jerome, you
accomplished.
require 61.
This is for 3-1.
Beautiful guide.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jerome Mioch.
And again, this is what I'm impressed about him, Nico. That great leg from
Fifth
Berry
leg, it's
Vampire,
Jerome
leg
to
3,
throw
12
first.
dart, a
Game on.
136. Not a flicker from Jerome. What his opponent does doesn't seem to have any bearing or effect
58.
on what happens next.
Yeah, he doesn't get bogged down by negativity. And that's something that everybody can learn from.
Yeah, he does. And again, he's not emotionally invested. You see him when we sort of go upstairs to talk to Henry, and we go via the players' room. He's sat down there as cool as a cucumber. If any more laid back, he'd be asleep.
95.
It's a fair assessment of how he's materialised as a player in the last year, because we sat here together watching him the first time he was here, and we thought, it's pretty decent. Something about him. Maybe he can materialise as a good player, but now we've got the sample
95.
size of about 9 to 10 months.
Yeah.
He is a different player now than 9 months ago. That cannot
60.
be denied.
No, it can't be ignored either. And listen, you got to take into account his debut here was a big moment. He was under the lights
121.
in amongst a group of decent players. But like you say, that version
55.
of Jerome Mioch is a
Jerome, you
night and
require
day version of the one
132.
we've seen on debut.
And by winning last week, you can pretty much guarantee that invites are going to be in the mail for coming back.
When you win, Nico,
42.
like that, it's confirmation, isn't it? You can
146.
practice all you like and win local tournaments. When you win one of these, it's confirmation you belong in this company and beyond, as we've seen over the course of the last
41.
3 years.
Jerome,
In
you
the last
require
game
90.
from Steve West, we saw a finish on the bullseye. We don't get one here because he got the 60.
82. Berry, you
Pressure
require
has been applied.
105.
Can Van Peer survive?
Oh. Tops. Oh.
57.
Just looking for
Jerome, you
something else to
require
happen.
8.
But it doesn't.
Game.
What does
shot,
happen
and a match.
is Jerome Mayock will lead the table going into Wednesday. Looking for the wire-to-wire win in Champions Week in Group A. It's possible, and he is 2/3 of the way there. Maybe his doubling has just been better than anybody this week on a consistent basis. 67% there. Doesn't need the high fancy outs. Only 74 needed there. But that is a win in round 5, and his job for the day is done. As for Steve West and Reece Robinson, they're trying to chase him down, and they play each other next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jerome Meok's Miracle 1 here at the Live Lounge continues. A 4-1 victory against Barry Van Peer, who is seemingly struggling this week. So Meok moves on to 16 points. That's exactly the figure Steve West can find himself on if he can get victory against Rhys Robinson. However, if Robinson can claim the points here, well, the top 3 overnight will be separated by just 2 points. Big game incoming and a big commentary team to talk you through it. Here's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Many thanks again. Yes, this particular table, it intrigues. Because when you think about this penultimate game of the day, either Jerome Meok is going to have company on 16 points,
First leg is Rhys,
or he's going to have
first.
2 players
Game
behind him on 14. If you're Meok, what would you rather?
I think, I don't know, that the dynamism comes from
96.
Robinson. This match yesterday, Westy lost with 103.71. There was 6 180s in the game.
60.
And Robinson won it with 105.22. Now, do you want to... Who would you rather play in a situation where it comes down to maybe a decisive match?
58.
And what we know and have seen from Rhys, or the more solid, measured play from Westy, it's one of
100.
those, isn't it?
I think the climax of this game and the narrative that we're going to be thinking about overnight is going to be fascinating.
58.
And isn't it really key that over the last 4 or 5 games, we haven't been talking about Luke Littler at all?
No.
59.
No, he's been just put on the back burner by the play of the other players in the group at the moment. I mean, he's still right in the mix.
97.
If he does get the better of Andy Bolton in the next one, which you'd expect him to do.
100.
To make things even more exciting for tomorrow, you could have Meok on 16 points, West on 14,
21.
Robinson on 14, and Littler on 12. That would be intriguing, especially when we are not 100% aware of what the fixtures are tomorrow yet.
Nope.
42.
We have them, I just haven't looked at them yet because I don't want to. I want the nice surprise. We have seen Group A scenarios go down to the very last game in Game 45. That would be fun.
97.
I think it's inevitable.
Stevie require 140.
I think the final 3 fixtures could all have something on them.
Ooh, that's a good 20 in the end, isn't it?
74.
Well, that could have easily collided with the previous dot and bust the score.
54.
Just shy of tops for Rhys.
Stevie require
And
40.
West needs tops for an opening break.
Steve West is the kind of player that will want some revenge.
Game
As
shot
he
on the first
finds
leg.
double
Steve
5
West.
to get an early break, and Rhys knew.
And nobody likes to be
Second
broken
leg is Steve to throw
in
first.
21 darts.
Game on.
But
I'm sorry, Nick, absolutely no interaction between Steve and Rhys.
yeah, because Steve has got
180.
something on his mind right now. It's focus. He's not playing Rhys. In fact, he's not caring about who he's playing. He's trying to do a
43.
job. He wants those 2 days off more than anybody else.
Absolutely. He's the one that would benefit hugely.
140.
Backs up the max with a 140.
If you wanted proof
100.
that West can still perform at the somewhat elite level, you don't have to look too far to find it. The ingredients are there.
93.
His proximity to the trebles is still excellent.
How old is he now? I can't quite remember.
81. Stevie
For
require
some reason, I
88.
think it was his birthday not too long ago.
40.
Here he comes.
140.
We haven't talked about it
Stevie
yet, have
require
we?
48.
That 180 record. He might not get a chance at it.
Game shot in the
Because he's
second leg.
2-0 down.
Steve West.
To answer your question, Steve West is 48.
Third leg, it's Reese to throw
he's
first.
not too
Game
far
on.
off the seniors. He can get his tour card back. Thank you very much. As can Hendo. They can both get the tour cards back.
58.
Now, Reese did get 2 180s in his previous game, which took him to
59.
16 for the day. He needs 2 more to equalise the record of Scott Walters. And that's for an individual effort
140.
in a daily campaign. Scott is probably sitting at home watching this thinking, don't you dare take my
41.
record from me.
$119.
Well, like Westy controlled leg 2, Robinson's doing the same on throw in leg 3, which would be of no concern to
60.
Steve West. He's got the early break required in leg 1.
You don't want to submit a leg to your opponent, but if you are going to do it, this is not the worst time.
168.
Incredible there. He had the opportunity to hit a 180 to leave double 2, where previously he did a 180 to
45.
leave double 1.
Rishi
Maybe he's
requires
unaware of
16.
the record.
He has to be, otherwise he would have gone for that. As much as we would refute the claim of going for the shot to
Game
leave
shot on
double
the
2,
third leg, Reese Robinson.
he's now 2-1 down. But he did leave double 1
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw
from
first.
182 earlier,
Game
so why
on.
not leave 4 from
Yeah.
184?
Exactly. And it looked begging to be filled.
76.
Now, there's just a little sign. Sometimes Steve can rush that third dart a little bit, especially when dart 2 is not to his liking. So he's just got to maintain that
59.
lovely compact rhythm that he has. Look at how close the elbow is to the entire setup. There's not a great deal of movement. It's just a thrust forward, elbow
100.
completely maintained height-wise.
And that's why he's so good at replicating the first dart. Fewest moving
57.
parts as possible. Where Reese Robinson's more of a Jim Furyk type golf swing, Nico.
55.
Yeah, that's true. And one of the things that you saw from that lovely side angle is that West doesn't have a backlift because he's already in that position. It's drawn back, stops, then goes.
Look at the release hand of
140.
literally, instead of sort of pointing at the target, he opens his hand to the right.
Yeah, that's something that can creep into your game and affect your right shoulder if you start twisting it.
26.
And that's something that Jeffrey de Zwaan from the Netherlands really struggled with a couple of years ago before surgery.
$91.
Good recovery. Well, Westy needs a 2 treble visit here, minimum.
There it is. Back, stop, through.
125.
Second dart was just a little
Rishi
quick.
require 154.
He does get himself on a more manageable finish. If he gets a look. If, I said.
Game shot on the
Not
fourth
at
leg,
all.
Reese
Another
Robinson.
big hit from Robinson.
Yeah, his finishing. Absolutely. Well, we spoke about it a bit earlier.
Fifth
was
leg, it's Reese to
incredible,
throw
but
first.
The
Game
big
on.
outshots today, the 140, the 156, and now a 154 for a 15 dart break of throw.
He's hitting shots like that, like Sugar Ray Robinson used to punch.
140.
Not that we would know, because that happened way before we were born. But I am reliably informed by 3 fabulous barbers from Queens that Sugar Ray Robinson is the greatest fighter that ever
180.
lived.
$140.
One of the best parts of the film.
140.
We should do our own. Coming to Portsmouth.
Yeah.
And the 180s in this contest belong to West. 2-2 in score, but a good 8 points between them in average. That's symptomatic of
100.
an improvement in Robinson in the last 2 legs.
$57. Rishi
Now Steve
require
West hit the
121.
brick wall.
Is this going to be the only game of the day where Robinson doesn't get a max? And he still wins it.
62.
Sensible.
Stevie require
Leaving himself on a
124.
dart.
Something that we
To
spoke
double.
about.
54.
Exactly. It was that
56.
exact number. We said
Rishi
74. A lot of the
require
players now
59.
go in the ball route. Because now there's no blocker on tops for a 3-2 lead. 3
Game shot on the
Legs
fifth leg.
won
Reese
in
Robinson.
5 visits. 15-15. And now a 14 to lead 3-2.
Sixth leg at Steve
And
to
now
throw first. Game
Steve
on.
West's back is firmly against the ropes. If we stick with that boxing theme.
100.
It'd make for a really interesting piece of content for social media if somebody changed the words of that sketch to
100.
Dart players.
Sugar Reese Robinson. And then the guy sitting down says, "What about Luke Littler?"
100.
I think that could be really funny. I'm going to speak to somebody to get that done. Anything's possible with
43.
modern technology.
Absolutely.
Can West get himself out of jail? He has not
57.
lost today. That will be on his mind. He'd love to get 10 points today. He'd love to get 10 points tomorrow.
58.
But even that might not be good enough. In fact, it would be because he'd beat Mioch, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
44.
It's all got a bit ragged. Needs one more push. Robertson playing
100.
like he will not be denied.
Sometimes statistics mean nothing. It's all about the moments.
100.
Nice.
Tons are great at the minute. We have not had a 4-3 since game 7 where Robinson beat Littler.
74.
Since then, it's
Stevie
all been
require
4-2s
100.
and 4-1s. This is tops.
80.
But it may be the end
Rishi
of the
require
undefeated streak on Tuesday
126.
for West.
Especially the way this man's been finishing today. Trouble 19 leaves the ball.
57.
Somewhat venomous third dart there. He was
Stevie
expecting
require
to hit that
20.
treble 19.
Good old double 10, Nico.
10s on Tuesday.
Game shot on the
No
sixth leg.
problem.
Steve West.
But Sugar has got the darts.
Does he have the juice?
7th and final leg. It's Reese to throw first.
This leg is
Game
anything
on.
but simple. What you would give right here for a 12 darter.
121.
Well, he's not going to get the record.
Say back-to-back maxes and...
Your record should be safe.
Well, he can go
Scott
180,
Wallace.
180 to leave double 10.
100.
This dart will tell the story. There you go, Scott. Your record is intact for another day.
40.
That's an invitation. West is only a dart behind. Interesting dynamic that you win 4 games from
16.
4, but if you leave losing your 5th game, you might not be happy with your day's efforts.
No, it's... Gives you too much to think about.
140.
Got to keep pace. All of a sudden, he's peppering the
55.
treble on the wrong side of the wire. And the person who is causing him more problems than any other is named Reece Robinson.
140.
Beat him yesterday 4-2. He's on the cusp of beating him 4-3 here.
140.
The legs
Rishi
over.
requires 60.
The trebles return. Oh,
It's not in the way.
Forty.
Well, this would be
Stevie
seismic.
require 146.
This would shake the table up to its core. Maybe that was the last chance for West.
80.
Probably shouldn't have gone to
Rishi
60 with the
requires
last start
20.
to leave double 3. But look, it was double 10. Oh, and a chance for West.
now how costly would that dart being thrown at the treble 20, which if it had hit would have
16.
left double 3 anyway. It
Stevie requires
should have been
66.
ball or treble 10.
Treble 14. Well, that's 33
That's
left.
half.
You can't finish on the same treble. So now it's got to be something a little different. Or is it? It's been good to him. And it is again.
Sure. And a match,
How key is
Steve
that going to
West.
be in this table? Sugar Reece Robinson has been dissolved at the end of that one. He had his chances to beat Steve West, but courtesy of that somewhat interesting win by 4 legs to 3, Steve West will go into the final day of Group A in Champions Week level with Jerome Mioch on 16 points. That was very unusual towards the end. But now there's only one match left, and it's a question of how far back will Luke Littler be from the top 2 spaces when we come back.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined alongside Steve West. Steve, many congratulations. 16 points in the group so far. How do you assess your Champions Week so far?
Yeah, I'd say up and down. Not brilliant. In places it was good, but in other places I felt like I just was flat. But other than that, I'm quite happy to take 16 points away.
A lot of 4-3 victories in there. When it's come to big moments, you tend to find an answer.
Yeah, I think, listen, if you're any kind of dart player, in them moments, you need to take them. And if you're not, if you can't do that, it doesn't make you a dart player, does it?
In terms of this Super Series format, it feels like when you play here, you feel so at home. What about this makes you feel at home?
I just think it's a bit like, even on a finals night with all the people in here and all whatever, but it's so compact. It's so nice, and even without the fans here or whatever, it just feels comfortable, and I'm at home with that, and I think that's what I take from it.
You said to me just before we went live, the discussion about the best players without a tour card. You want to be put in that mix, don't you?
Why not? I am. I'm one of the best players without a tour card, and there's no argument about that. I don't know how you can come to a conclusion that there's other people above me, but it is what it is. That's how you see it. You can go with your stats and do whatever you want, but I'm better than them.
2 Champions Weeks in a row.
Yep.
Now, obviously, last time you were here, you came close to qualify for the Saturday night. How much would A, qualify for Saturday, and B, having the success on Saturday night mean to you?
Listen, anyone who comes here and plays here wants to win the big prize. Of course they do. And last time out, I was pretty unlucky with the way I went out. So I'm here to rectify that and just get to Saturday night. I don't care about winning the 20 grand. I don't care about that. I just want to make right what I've done wrong last time.
Well, Steve, you're certainly going in the right direction. Thank you for popping up. Thank you for your time. Right, one more game for us to go. Andy Bolton against Luke Littler. Steve's off to watch that with Chris and Paul.
What a fascinating interview with Steve West that was. And myself and Mace listening to Steve there about him being one of the best players without a tour card, unquestionably, talent-wise. And one of the reasons why we don't put him in that argument as much as some of the others is because he doesn't play the Challenge Tour, so we don't have the metrics. But if you think about here, where he has played, his record is incredible.
Yeah, his numbers and, like you say, his record stacks up. But listen, we've said it many times, a fit, healthy and glued back together Steve West.
First
most
leg is
definitely
Andy to throw first.
We'll go back and get a card, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. And if it happens in 2024, for me, that might be a little ahead of schedule. But how many players can you see over the age of 50 still playing world-class darts because of his mechanics, because of
96.
his hunger for the game, which was screaming out of that interview? That is a real sign for the future. Great to see.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
139.
Attitude, and we're seeing Littler do the flatty.
Is he flat? Or is he just
55.
playing flat?
Oh, no. Back to normal.
Keeping everybody guessing. Does he believe that he can get through this group now, considering he is 6 points behind 2 players?
I think if he loses this one, he's in a world of trouble in terms of topping the table tomorrow afternoon, because you'd have to hope that the other results goes his way, and there doesn't seem any let up with Steve West. Dropped 2 games on day 1, went through the card today, and I expect him to do something similar tomorrow.
There's one quality in a dart player that I admire more than anything else. It's defiance.
82.
Oh, and tenacity, and that's one thing Steve has in spades.
78.
That's a nice lead from Luke. Not the first time today that he's had 58 and gone for the treble. This time he is on double 2 instead of tops.
What they say, 2s never lose. And he's only thrown
60.
12 darts on the
Luke, you
Andy
require
Bolton
4.
throw.
Who leaves double 2 after 12? Luke Littler does.
No score.
Got to be
Andy
careful
require
here.
135.
Andy's the kind of player that can pick your pocket.
Shot still on. Not now. 90 left.
63.
Now, does he go flatly on
Luke, you
double
require
2?
4.
'Cause if he misses it low, it's still open.
Game shot in the first leg.
No,
Luke Littler.
nothing's in the way there. And 1-0 Luke was almost inevitable considering the start.
Second leg, it's Luke to throw first.
Yeah, he's needed
Game on.
a second bite of the cherry, and as much as we wax lyrically about him, he is human
99.
and can have off days. We've seen it from the greatest to ever play the sport, maybe with the exception of Taylor in his prime, but every now and again he'd have an off game.
140.
Well, the greatest, they are judged by their own standards. And we judge Luke by what he's done previously, what he's done this week.
140.
And we do the same with everybody else in this group. We judge Barry Van Peer by how great his 2023 has been. That's why we've called him one of the best players without a tour card.
43.
But if just going back to Steve West for a second, if you look at his record in qualifying for Champions Week, it's rather impressive.
180.
And the only person I can think of who reminds me of Steve West is Josh Payne last year, who had this ridiculous record of qualifying for Saturday
99.
night every time he
Luke,
came
you
here.
require
Yeah,
82.
Matt Clark, another one.
Game shot in
Just
the
a
second leg. Luke
Casual
Littler.
little 11 dart hold.
3.5 minutes
Third
for
leg is
2-0.
Andy to throw first.
Just like that.
Game on.
Just slowing the pace up. That's the experience of Bolton, even in this kind of match that isn't going to affect what he does, because we now know, because of two players on 16 points,
100.
that both Bolton and Barry Van Peer are going to go to Group C.
60.
How scary is it that Littler is averaging over
59.
102 and looks borderline unfocused? He's just playing a game.
136.
I always say if I could have been any dart player, excluding Eric, just love the way Nathan Aspinall plays the game
43.
and how he approaches every match, and the guts and the guile and the defiance. But in terms of just out and out ability, this young
135.
man is just ridiculous.
When he gets into this mode, he can do almost anything.
99. Luke, you require 170.
Surely. I really thought he was going to hit that.
105.
There was so much room, wasn't there? 65 after 12.
When you think about how good Andy Bolton's been for the last 20 years, Luke is toying with him.
45. Luke, you require
Finish.
65.
Yeah, I like that play. He knows the likelihood of being he
45.
would hit the ball.
Andy,
Notice
you
how
require
Luke is also
155.
using equipment that is almost all black. It's got that stealth effect. He's going under the radar like a stealth bomber. I wonder if he
A
can...
la Gary Anderson.
Yeah.
He's not bad.
I
59.
saw a tweet this morning from somebody
you
saying, who will
require
win more
20.
titles in the PDC, Rob Cross or James Wade, by the end of their
Game
careers?
shot on the third
Here's one
leg.
for you.
Luke Littler.
To end my commentary stint for the day with Littler 3-0 up. Who will have more world titles, Gary
Fourth
Anderson
leg
or
is
Luke
Luke to
Littler?
throw first. Game on.
Ooh. Thanks for that, Nico. Talk about dropping me out.
99.
Well, I'm going to take the fifth currently on that one. Just focus on the back end of this match.
100.
Luke currently averaging 102.26, despite missing 4 darts at a double.
58.
Wonder which way he's going to approach the 3-4-4.
140. $96.
And he's not been allowed to get a foothold in the match so far.
97.
So looking to win his first leg. It would be against the dart, so
100. And you require 164.
he can break here and hold. He's just one adrift.
56. Luke, you require 148.
To wrap it up, 4-0.
$54. And you
Win
require
here means he will
108.
trade places with Reece Robinson and take third spot, which, as we know, second and third position take a spot in Group B. 3 from 5 go through in that one. Much better chance. Double 14. Gets it.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Andy Bolton.
15 dart. Break of throw.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
And yet another tumpless out.
$140.
Bang in the middle.
180.
Could have gone inside a polo mint and not even touched the sides.
100. $81. $97.
Bolton disappointed not to find the treble 617 to leave 130.
100. And he
Down to
require 164.
140, which we've already seen on a couple of occasions in this group so far. Both by Reece
96.
Robinson.
Luke, you require 140.
It's such a good treble 20. I don't blame him for staying
120.
there. The match dart has
And
come
he
and gone.
requires 68.
Well, it's added a bit of pressure. Gets the treble 20 beautifully. Hand
Game
pins
shot
the
on the
double
fifth
4.
leg. Andy
A 15
Bolton.
dart break is followed by a 14 dart hold. One match dart.
Sixth leg, it's Luke
A
to throw
double
first. Game on.
For Luke Littler, but he does have the darts here to seal the deal. Lovely on cover.
134.
An average of over 102.
$134.
Wonderful reply from Andy Bolton, who's 2 from 2 on the doubles. 108 in leg 3 and the 68 in 2
96.
in leg 4. This is gutsy.
180.
Should start on 19s. Okay. Treble 20 leaves 170.
61.
Well, Andy Bolton, 6 darts if needed from 187.
$93.
Good saver.
$80. Andy, you require 94.
The 3-3 trailed 3-0. Tops for a level game.
74.
He would have had the darts in the decider.
Luke, you require 130.
Double 5.
120.
You can see the wire shift.
Andy, you require
That's how
20.
close it was. Double 10. I've lost count how many times this has been hit today. Yeah, always the danger at that double 5.
No score. Luke, you require 10. Game,
Well,
shot,
despite
and a match.
some
Luke
indifferent precise finishing from Luke Littler, dodging a bullet at the end, he does get the all-important 2 points and a rock-solid average, 99.72. 6 darts and a double in that one. I finish at 82, 108 for Andy Bolton. But it is Jeroen Mioch who is on top on 16 points and plus 15 in leg difference. Let's have a reaction with the boys up on the balcony.
Chris, thank you very much, and a much-needed victory there at the end for Luke Littler.
Yeah, just a bit. You could sense a little bit of tension for Luke towards the end of that match because Andy was bearing down on him. But ultimately, for his chances, his slim chances of getting through this Group A tussle that we've got now, he needed those 2 points. Otherwise, it was going to be a 6-point cushion for the other two.
Well, let's see what we have seen today. That made perfect sense, didn't it? Right, so this is the results from Tuesday here at the Super Series. So 15 games been and gone. And let's decipher there. We're going to start a little bit differently because for all the results, the flair and the panache has come from Reece Robinson today. Nearly threatened the 180 record for the day. Big finishes as well, including a 156 against Berry Van Peer. And Berry, who just hasn't had it at all his own way during any point of the week.
Well, look at the scoreline. It's 2-2 and Berry's sitting on double 8. And his reaction to that finish told everything. He was shaken to his core. Just look at this at the end. He's thinking, why did you have to do that against me? But that's what happened to Berry in that moment. It's happened quite a lot this week. He's going to be playing in Group C by the looks of it with Andy Bolton, but Reece Robinson, with a lot of flair, has been very entertaining the last couple of days.
He most certainly has, but it is Jeroen Mioch and Steve West, the two proprietors of the top of the table here at the Super Series. Let's begin with Steve West, because he seems to be the king of the 4-3s this week. When he needs to draw out big moments, he needs to claw big moments, he manages to do that.
I'm going to go back to what he was saying to you on the balcony, because that interview for me was fascinating. He said that if you can't pull things like this out when you need to, you can't call yourself a dart player. Now, Steve is from what is perceived as the old school of darts, being in his late 40s. But he makes a good point, because if you can't do that in important moments, you won't get results. And so far this week, he's been pulling it out.
And you can tell he had the fire in the belly, saying that he feels he's still one of the best players about a tour card, and he feels that he should be in the conversation more. We mentioned the likes of Luke, mentioned the likes of Bear. He feels he should be in that mix.
He is in the conversation because he is making himself known for the conversation. Yes, he's not playing Challenge Tour, he's not on the Pro Tour, he's not playing all these different tours like the Luke Littlers are, development tour. He's way too old for that. So we have to judge him by different metrics and different tournaments. The Super Series is his home in 2023. And if we judge him on that alone, his record is absolutely outstanding. So he has to be in the conversation.
Well, he completed the card today. Jeroen Mioch has gone 8 from 10 once again. And again, beating Luke Littler. And I feel like we're saying the same thing every day. We feel like we're finding reasons to possibly go against Jeroen, but every single time we ask the question of him, he's coming up with the answers.
I think his consistency is getting him through challenges like this, and I think he's gaining experience at this format as well. He said he was feeling a little bit tired and flat this morning, but obviously the adrenaline of playing game in, game out is helping him through it. I think he'll sleep very, very well tonight, knowing that he's still at the top of the table on leg difference. But I think Chris Mason is perfect in his scenario with Jeroen. It's that he's growing into the player that he wants to be.
Was that game against Reece Robson at the start of the day the perfect sum up of Jerome when you consider Reece fired in those 6 maximums, had that high ton plus average, and Jerome still managed to get over the line?
How many players do you know that would panic when Justin Bradshaw is saying 186 times in a game? I know I would think, well, how do I survive this? But the maturity and the poise of Jerome Mayock tells you something, because he was able to withstand those 6 maximums and still come out with the win.
Well, this is the table then after day 2. Moving day, as we like to call it here, at the Super Series. And, well, there is some major moves in the fact that the top 2 just began to detach themselves a little bit from 3rd and 4th. And then there's a real chasm between 4th and the rest of the field. What are you expecting going into tomorrow?
Well, it's a 4-horse race, we know that. I know there's going to be plenty of people overnight thinking it's a 2-horse race, but it isn't. The first 2 rounds tomorrow will stipulate a lot, and that gap can be closed fairly quickly. But by the time we get to match 7, match 8, we will have a very good indication of how many horses are in this race. Plenty to play for, really exciting Wednesday coming.
And Andy Bolton and Bay Van Peer are 2 players that you don't want as spoilers. If you're at the top of the table, or if you're the rest of the field, you won't mind having as spoilers.
Well, let's face facts. Nobody wants to play them later in the week because they will have a lot of sharpness in their arm. It's just a question of how they handle the disappointment of what has happened in this group so far. They'll be fine, but as far as spoilers in Champions Week, they're going to be better than any other week, aren't they?
Most certainly, and we're none the wiser, are we?
No, we aren't, because West is in 2nd position, but he's just gone perfect on the card today. Girona is consistent, and we've got explosiveness in 3rd and 4th. Anything could happen.
Well, it is going to be some day tomorrow. 9:30, the coverage resumes on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel to see who the first player through to Champions Night on Saturday is going to be. And as I say, we are none the wiser. There's 2 players on 16 points. There's a 4-horse race. It's all to play for. Join us tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.